to these intercepts or whether the U.S. government has similar intercepts.
Well, I don't have anything to confirm on that front from here, but what I would reiterate is something Jake Sullivan said last week, which is that as we're looking to provide data and information to war crimes investigations, of which there are a range of options currently underway, the OSCE, obviously the ICC, the Ukrainian special prosecutor is also gathering information. We're going to provide any data and information we can, and we're going to encourage other countries to do exactly that. We've already called a range of these actions we've seen war crimes. That is important, but there's also going to be an investigative step where all of this will be fed into. That can also take some time.
If this ended up at The Hague, is that something that the White House would support?
We're not going to prejudge which format or forum that it can take. There are a range of different options that history has utilized, whether it's the ICC or the OSCE, and basically an international fora is probably the appropriate forum, but we're not going to predetermine what that looks like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does the U.S. intend to return its diplomatic presence to Kiev?
That is, of course, our objective over the course of time, but we're going to have to assess when it's the right time to do exactly that.
Is it considering moving back into Ukraine, potentially to Lviv, sooner rather than later?
I don't have a prediction of that at this point. Obviously, it's in our interest to have a diplomatic presence on the ground, but that is an assessment made by the State Department, made through the prism of security considerations, and sometimes it's a smaller presence that gets larger, but they are really the appropriate entity to speak to that.
Is there any concern that if the U.S. does not get its diplomatic presence back sooner, that it'll appear that we're leading from behind, as you've got the European Union, I believe the Czech Republic, Italy, a lot of countries are coming forward and saying that they're going back to Ukraine, and the U.S. hasn't done it yet.
I would say that the most important thing the United States has done and continues to do is lead the entire global coalition in standing up against Russia and ensuring we are providing military security assistance, expediting that, tapping into not only our own resources, but the resources of countries around the world, and leading the world in a package of economic sanctions that has had a crippling impact on the Russian economy. Those are the most important factors.
Has the president asked to go to Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into private conversations. What I will tell you is we're not currently planning a trip by the President of the United States to Ukraine. What is most important to the Ukrainian leadership is that we are expediting weapons and getting them the assistance and security systems they need, and that is what our focus is on.
And who decides if the president goes to Ukraine or not?
In what way?
He had said when he was in Poland that he expressed interest in going to Ukraine, but they wouldn't let me. So I'm wondering who.
I'm not going to get into private considerations internally on that front.
Okay, and then on Title 42.
Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich pushing Jen Psaki on this question of if and when President Biden would make a trip to Ukraine. That is not in the works, according to Jen Psaki, and she was not going to get into private discussions or considerations that are made on such a trip or topic. And so it looks like we will not expect a trip to Kiev for the president, like we saw over the weekend with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting into some of these top stories we've already brought you throughout the day, including at the White House, President Biden making an announcement on executive actions he's taking to hopefully combat the scourge of gun violence. More on that in 2 minutes. from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us and choosing Live Now from Fox for your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered events and stories and feeds from around the country and across the world. Right now, though, we want to head back out to the White House. President Biden making an announcement today on executive actions he and his administration will be taking to try and prevent the scourge of gun violence wreaking havoc in cities across the country, including having to do with ghost gun kits. He also took the opportunity to announce another nominee to lead the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives after his first nominees basically was scuttled in the process and did not get a Senate vote. They had to pull the nomination. So interesting happening at the White House today. And don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also visit our website, livenowfox.com. But for all of us here, we will see you same time, same place tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., starting off our live coverage.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Vice President, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. And Mia, you're an incredible young woman. We spoke for a moment inside the Oval Office, and a lot of people here who have lost someone, and too many here have lost someone, know that no matter what the occasion, how celebratory or not it is, when you have to repeat it, you relive it like it just happened a moment ago. Your poise, your confidence, and your intellect are really impressive, honey. I mean, they really are. And you know, I think most people here can tell you've gone through serious loss, that the best way to deal with it is find purpose. And you found real purpose. And you are impressive. And thank you for sharing your strength, for helping us remember your friend Dominic Blackwell and Gracie Muehlberger. You know, Dominic and Gracie's parents are with us today. Are you prepared to stand up? If I don't want to embarrass you, but would you stand up? If you have a moment afterwards, maybe you can come in the Oval with me if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to talk to you. Frank and Nancy, Brian and Cindy, everyone here, as they say, feels your pain a little bit, particularly if they've suffered a serious loss. You've now joined a terrible fellowship of loss that many people have experienced. There are too many survivors and advocates here for me to name everyone today, but let me say, the loss in this crowd is incalculable, but so is the strength. So is the strength. I believe our nation will be safer for your bravery, and I really mean that. Survivors like me and Manny and Claudia, Los Angeles Deputy Sheriff who survived an ambush by a shooter with a ghost gun, represent individuals and families all across this country whose lives have been forever changed by a ghost gun. Some made national headlines, many others did not. Today, we honor your strength and your action. A year ago this week, standing here with many of you, I instructed the Attorney General to write a regulation that would rein in the proliferation of ghost guns because I was having trouble getting anything passed in the Congress. But I used what we call regulatory authority. A year later, we're here, we keep that promise. The gun lobby tried to tie up the regulators and paperwork for a long, long time. The NRA called this rule I'm about to announce extreme. Extreme. But let me ask you, is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check? Look, the idea that someone on the terrorist list could purchase one of these guns is extreme. It isn't extreme, just basic common sense. You know, if you buy a couch you have to assemble, it's still a couch. If you order a package like this one over here that includes the parts you need, the direction of assembling a functioning firearm, you bought a gun. Take a look. Take a look at this. It comes in this package. You can see the picture down here maybe. This is the gun. It's not hard to put together. A little drill, hand drill at home. Doesn't take very long. Anyone can order it in the mail. Anyone. Folks, a felon, a terrorist, a domestic abuser can go from a gun kit to a gun in as little as 30 minutes. Buyers aren't required to pass background checks because guns have no serial numbers, these guns. When they show up at a crime scene, they can't be traced. Harder to find and prove who used them. Meaning you can't connect the gun to the shooter and hold them accountable. In fact, the ATF reports that they've been able to trace less than 1% of ghost guns reported by law enforcement. So it makes sense that police across the country are increasingly finding ghost guns at crime scenes. And by the way, ghost guns can be, quote, rifles, essentially assault weapons as well. This is just one version of the kit you can buy. Last year alone, law enforcement reported approximately 20,000 suspected ghost guns to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. That's a 10-fold increase in these ghost guns from 2016. 10-fold in 5 years. These guns are weapons of choice for many criminals. We're going to do everything we can to deprive them of that choice. And when we find them, put them in jail for a long, long time. Law enforcement is sounding the alarm. Our communities are paying the price, and we're acting. Today, the United States Department of Justice is making it illegal for a business to manufacture one of these kits without a serial number. Illegal. Illegal for a licensed gun dealer to sell them without a background check. And starting today, weapons like the one used in Saugus High School and to ambush deputies with us that are here with us today are being treated like the deadly firearms they are. And if somebody sells a ghost gun to a federally licensed dealer, for example, a pawn shop, that dealer must make the firearm and mark it with a serial number before reselling it. All of a sudden, it's no longer a ghost. It has a return address. And it's going to help save lives, reduce crime, and get more criminals off the streets. And this rule is only part of our strategy to go after ghost guns. In February, the Department of Justice launched a national ghost gun enforcement initiative, intensifying our efforts to bring cases against those who use ghost guns illegally. We're teaching investigators and prosecutors best practices, how to build these cases, and assigning a coordinator in each of the ATF field divisions to serve as a point person for helping federal, state, and local law enforcement go after ghost guns. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, expect federal prosecution. Not just state, expect federal prosecution. This rule is an important step. It's going to make a difference, I promise you. And there are a lot of other things we know work to reduce gun violence and other violent crimes and save lives. That's why I put together a comprehensive strategy to supercharge what works while continuing to push Congress to act on sensible legislation to prevent gun violence. In addition to today's rule, we're working on 4 areas. First, we're going after rogue gun dealers. The last time we had data on this was more than 20 years ago. 5% of gun dealers sold 90% of illegal guns found at crime scenes. 5% sold 90%. These merchants of death are breaking the law for profit, selling guns that are killing innocent people. We're cracking down on these gun dealers and the violent criminals they knowingly arm. Second, we're disrupting illegal gun trafficking. Attorney General Garland has directed all U.S. attorneys to prioritize combating gun trafficking that is moving guns across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is surging prosecutorial resources to help shut down these trafficking corridors, including the one known as the Iron Pipeline that funnels weapons from gun shops in states like Georgia to crime scenes up and down the East Coast. Thirdly, we're funding strategies we know reduce gun crime, community policing, and community violence interruption. Look, I've said it many times. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police and give them the tools and training to support they need to be better partners and protectors of our communities in need. And I've already made clear that I want cities, states, counties, and tribes to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them in the American Rescue Plan that I wrote in the first month to reduce gun violence, hire police officers for community policing, pay police overtime, purchase crime-fighting technologies. They were given the money, they can do it. Spend it. And now, on top of that, I'm calling for additional funding to put police on the streets for community policing. One thing we learned in the middle of the crime wave not long ago, when the cop knows by first name who owns the corner drugstore, who lives in the apartment above 6B, who the people who are the pastors of the churches, guess what? People talk to them. They trust them. My son was the Attorney General in Delaware. He'd go around and make sure everybody literally in these high crime rate neighborhoods, he'd give them his personal cell phone number and instructed all the cops to do the same thing. And they did. And the crime plummeted. Not a joke. Look at the record. Not just my son, but all across the nation. And for the AFT to hire agents they need to help to fight gun crime, more agents. My budget funds body cameras, make sure police work with our local communities and are accountable to the local communities. We're also investing in community violence intervention. These are areas of local programs that utilize trusted messengers, community members, and leaders to work directly with people who are the most likely to commit a gun crime or become victims of gun crime. Get to them early. It works. It works. They intervene before it's too late. Fourth, we're funding jobs and training for young people, summer programs, drug treatment, mental health, housing availability, criminal justice reform, and reentry support for people coming home after incarceration. Right now, you get let out of prison after serving your time, you get a bus ticket and $25. You end up under the same bridge you left 2, 5, 10 years earlier. If you serve your time, you qualify for Pell Grants, you qualify for housing, you qualify for food, you qualify to get back into the community, give them a fighting chance. These are all demonstrated ways to reduce crime. And I'm strongly urging cities, states, counties, and tribes to use the rescue plan funding we sent them to do more in each of these areas. And they need to do more and do it quickly before the summer, when crime typically surges around America. So, we're pushing in each of these areas, but none of this absolves Congress, with all due respect to my members of Congress here, they're the wrong people I'd be talking to, for the responsibility to act. We need Congress to pass universal background checks. Universal background checks. And I know it's controversial, but I got it done once. Ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. I was getting criticized when I first passed this law when I was a senator. And guess what? I was down in southern Delaware, do a lot of hunting and fishing down there. And I was walking up one of the creek beds. And the guy standing there said, "You want to take my gun?" I said, "I don't take your gun." He said, "Well, you're telling me I can't have more than the next number of bullets in my gun." And I said, "What do you think, the deer you're hunting or wear Kevlar vests? What the hell you need 20 bullets for? You must be a hell of a terrible shot." I'm serious. Think about it. Think about the mass shootings. As many as 100 rounds. It's a weapon of war. There's nothing to do with recreation. Outright banning the sale and possession of unserialized guns. Eliminate gun manufacturers' immunity from liability. They're the only outfit. They're the only outfit in the country that is immune. Imagine had the tobacco industry been immune to being sued. Come on. In February, the families of 9 of the Sandy Hook shooting victims achieved a settlement against the maker of guns that was used to kill their children. The Sandy Hook folks are here. Are you embarrassed to ask you to stand up? These folks right here did more to keep all this going than anybody. We owe you, man. We owe you. It never goes away, does it? God love you. Look, this is incredibly rare because gun manufacturers have more immunity from liability than any other American industry. So they've never had to take responsibility for the death and destruction their products cause. But as part of this settlement, Remington agreed to release thousands of pages of internal documents. You did that. And here's why it's so important. Remember, it wasn't until we saw the internal documents that we really understood what cigarette manufacturers are doing to our kids and our families. Now, we may begin to see what gun manufacturers are and are not doing when it comes to making and marketing their deadly products. And by the way, it's going to sound bizarre. I support the Second Amendment. You have a right. But from the very beginning, the Second Amendment didn't say you can own any gun you want, as big as you want. You couldn't buy a cannon when, in fact, the Second Amendment passed. And certain people from the very beginning weren't allowed to purchase guns. It's nothing new. It's just rational. Look, this should be just a start. We need to repeal the liability shield of gun manufacturers and finally hold them accountable for false advertising and many other things they do. There's one more action I'm taking today. There's only been one Senate who's confirmed the Director of Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in the Bureau's entire history. It used to be didn't require Senate action when I first got to the Senate. But it's only been one since it became required confirmation. This is an agency whose mission is to protect communities from violent criminals, illegal trafficking of firearms, acts of arson and bombing, and a lot more. The mission of this agency isn't controversial, it's public safety. Today, to lead and support the dedicated men and women of the AFT, I'm proud to nominate Steve Dittelbeck. Excuse me, I mispronounced your name. As Director of Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Steve is immensely qualified. He served the Department of Justice for 2 decades. He worked side by side to support the work of federal, state, and local law enforcement, including AFT agents. And one of those was his case he was personally tried as a U.S. attorney, where the serial arsonist firebombed the courthouses and police headquarters in Mansfield, Ohio. For his work, Steve got death threats, but the defendant got 60 years. Steve also partnered with the community leaders and law enforcement to help prevent violent crime. He's worked with the police to combat domestic extremism and to take violent criminals off the street. Steve's record makes him ready on day one to lead this agency. And by the way, in 2009, the U.S. Senate unanimously confirmed him to serve as U.S. Attorney. I look forward to working with the Senate to get him confirmed once again. With what I know about him and why I'm so enthusiastic about supporting him, I'd like to introduce my nominee to lead the AFT to you, all of you. Steve, come on up here. I'll just take this off. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, buddy. I'm just going to stand over here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Vice President Harris, for your leadership in protecting the people of this nation and for placing your trust in me to become the next director of the ATF. Thanks. Thank you also, Deputy Attorney General Monaco, for all that you and Attorney General Garland continue to do at DOJ to make our nation safer. And thank you, Mia, for your incredible inspiration and courage, not just here today, but all over this nation. Thank you. I also want to thank my incredible, supportive, and often patient family who are here. My wonderful wife, Carol, and my children, Allie and David, please.
He's 16 years old. I'm going to draft him.
Is there an agent in the house? But seriously, most especially today, I want to thank the men and women of the ATF. You know, I started as a career prosecutor back in 1992, and I have spent 3 decades watching and admiring agents and staff at the ATF, along with its federal, state, and local law enforcement partners as they work tirelessly and courageously to protect the American people. I would also say they work in anonymity, but that would not be completely true. Because sadly, one thing I've also seen over the years is that the ATF often does work in anonymity when its agents are out there risking their lives to protect us, only to be thrust into the public eye when it's time for criticism. You know, law enforcement is a very tough job, and no person and no agency is perfect. But the President is right. The men and women of the ATF and the public that they protect deserve better support from us. I've seen firsthand the work that so many at the ATF do to protect us from violence. They're dedicated, they're professional, and they're effective. They don't write the laws. Their mission every day is just to go out and enforce those laws and protect the public from a wide range of threats. When I was U.S. Attorney, our office partnered with the ATF and the Cleveland Police as they doggedly investigated and brought a case involving the deadliest home arson in Cleveland history, killed 9 people, including 8 kids. I also saw the ATF partner with the FBI and our office, first to find and then to bring to justice a bigot who drove from Indiana to outside Toledo to torch the largest mosque in Ohio. And last, and certainly not least, I have partnered with the ATF for decades in its crucial fight against gun violence. You know, whether it was taking a single violent recidivist off the street in Maryland, or putting together a big racketeering case against a violent gang in Youngstown, Ohio. I have seen the ATF work with other law enforcement to make so many of our communities safer. As we emerge from this pandemic, we've got to recognize that many Americans still face fear and isolation, not because of a virus, but because of an epidemic of firearms violence. It's not a new problem, and it has many causes. That's why it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck partnership approach to address that issue. And the ATF will be there. If confirmed, I promise to support the men and the women of the ATF and to do everything in our power to protect the people of this nation every single day. Thank you.
All right. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you all for coming. By the way, he was responsible for the weather as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We heard from President Biden earlier today announcing these executive actions when it comes to ghost guns. It's an effort to reduce gun violence, kind of going around the legislative way, going around Congress, doing it at the executive level. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Stephen Gutowski, founding editor of The Reload, who covers all things guns and firearms. Stephen, so good to see you. You know, for our viewers who do not know what a ghost gun is, what's a simple definition for us?
Effectively, a ghost gun is just a firearm that doesn't have a serial number engraved into it. So it could be either a homemade firearm, which is becoming increasingly popular, or sometimes you'll see criminals also scratch off pre-made serial numbers on commercial guns.
And Stephen, we saw President Biden at the announcement today hold up pieces of firearms and that was kind of highlighting what this federal rule would do. The new rule changes, it would change rather, the current definition of a firearm under federal law to include unfinished parts like the frame of a handgun or the receiver of a long gun. So now this is going after specific parts of the firearm. Will this go through, this executive action?
Yeah, so this is actually the finalized version. He presented this proposal just about a year ago, and they were going through the rulemaking process to change that definition. And it's mainly targeting ghost gun kits. So the unfinished frame or receiver, the legality of that may not be changing at all, but packaging it together with a jig and the tools required to finish that gun is more what the ATF is going after here, in addition to trying to solve other issues that arose from the federal definition of receiver, like the fact that an AR-15's lower receiver didn't necessarily meet the old definition. And so the ATF had gotten into some trouble, the DOJ had gotten into some trouble with prosecutions against felons who weren't allowed to own firearms, but had unfinished or had finished receivers, but the receiver didn't meet the definition. So some of those cases were starting to get thrown out, and now ATF is asking to just broaden the whole definition of firearms so that they don't have to worry about that as much in court.
Stephen, also, we learned that, well, I'm kind of curious, what are gun groups saying, gun rights groups, about this rule and its effect?
Yeah, gun rights groups have been opposed to this since it was first proposed and believe that it won't have any measurable impact on gun violence the way that the administration has sold it to do. And I think it's bound to end up in court as well. Probably some of the manufacturers of unfinished frames, like Polymer 80, for instance, will likely sue over this, joined by some of the gun rights groups. And then, of course, the gun control groups are very happy about this development. This is something that's been a top priority for them and something that they've been pushing the administration to actually move quicker on, which they did. They actually moved up this finalization a couple months. It was originally supposed to come in June, and now we're seeing it in April.
Yeah, of course, that was my next question. Why is the administration doing this now? We have seen, a few violent incidents in the last several weeks that have left multiple people dead in cities around the country. That could be maybe politically why they are doing this, but also to your point, because, what are the courts going to be doing about this? Do you feel that it will be struck down possibly?
It's certainly possible. You're dealing with a real gray area of the law where the statutory definition of firearm is something the ATF is trying to change after several decades. I mean, it's been almost, I believe, 60 years. And the new definition is bound to face legal scrutiny, just like the old one did, which led to sort of this issue in the first place. And I think it's probably something that's not going to be fully solved or worked out for several years now. And it'll be interesting to see how federal judges come down on what the ATF is trying to do here.
Stephen, for our viewers, though, because they might think, and this is true, that ghost guns are already illegal, do you think, like the Biden administration says, that this will reduce the number of illegal guns on the streets? That is what the administration is touting.
Well, so the way we regulate firearms in the United States deals more with the people who are allowed to possess or build or carry them, rather than the firearms themselves, and in most cases at the federal level. So you have people who are prohibited from owning guns or possessing guns at all, let alone building them. People like felons, people convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence offenses, people adjudicated mentally ill. So this doesn't change any of that, but the administration argues that these ghost gun kits, because they're not actually considered firearms and they're not regulated the way a Glock sold at a gun store is regulated, that was a type of loophole that allowed people who wouldn't otherwise be able to legally buy guns to get them. Of course, we all know that criminals are able to get guns in a variety of different ways, and it's an ongoing issue that everyone is aware of. And so it's unclear really how much of an impact it'll have. The ATF has claimed that the number of guns they're recovering without serial numbers has increased significantly over the last 5-6 years. So perhaps it'll have an impact, but even those numbers are still relatively small compared to just the normal number of serialized crime guns that exist out there.
Stephen, just lastly for you, let's move on to the other announcement that was made today at this press conference. We know now President Biden picking another person to lead the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Steve Dettelbach is his name. Now, you did a lot of reporting on why the last person to get the nomination withdrew, and it was scuttled. David Chipman is his name. Walk us through this saga, and why has ATF not had a Senate-confirmed leader, I believe, since 2006?
Yeah, they've had one Senate-confirmed permanent director since 2006, and that's when it became required for the Senate to approve that position. And so it's a very controversial nomination, just generally. President Trump tried to get a director through and failed even when Republicans had control of the Senate. And obviously, President Biden failed his first time around with David Chipman, even though Democrats have, again, control of the Senate. So it's not easy to get one through. And the thing with the new nominee, we don't know, obviously, everything about his background yet, but he was a former U.S. attorney in Ohio. Then he ran unsuccessfully to be the Attorney General of Ohio as a Democrat. He's, supported a number of gun control positions, including an assault weapons ban and universal background checks.
Much like
red
David
flag
Chipman.
laws. So he's got some of the similar policy positions as David Chipman did, except David Chipman worked directly for a gun control group, which was a big sticking point. And obviously, he had a number of accusations about his character and racial issues in his past that the Reload did some exclusive reporting on. But at the base level, you still have a lot of the same concerns that sunk David Chipman, which is that some of the moderate Democratic senators simply don't want a gun control advocate to be the head of the agency that regulates the gun industry.
And, how does that affect the agency's operations, though, if it doesn't have a Senate-confirmed head, especially for so long? There's, a leader in the interim basis or whoever Dettelbach's number 2 would be, of course. Does that have an effect on efficacy, on morale at ATF?
Yeah, so the ATF right now operates with an acting director. The current one is Marvin Richardson, who's been sort of a career guy. He's spent his career in the ATF. But it does have some effect long-term because a permanent director will serve for a longer period of time. Although obviously if another president came in, he could replace him. So, but in theory, they could serve for a longer period of time like an FBI director does, and could give more of a strategic sense to what the ATF is doing, sort of provide more of a coherent path forward for the agency, that instead of having a new director every year or two come in to run the place. And so that's something that actually even the firearms industry through the National Shooting Sports Foundation has said that they support. They want to see a confirmed director at some point, but obviously the big sticking point is who's going to be that director. And you see the gun control groups have been pushing for a more political director who's aligned with their views on the issue. And the industry and the gun rights groups have been pushing for more of a career person, like actually Marvin Richardson himself, to sort of take over that role. And that's where you get the political fight.
I see. Well, we'll be watching that political fight. We'll also be watching this new federal rule to see if there are any, court actions or litigation brought against it. And I think it's safe to say this is really the Biden administration's kind of way to maneuver around Congress in order to at least look like they're doing something on the growing issue of gun violence. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Congress is deadlocked on gun legislation at this point. You're not going to get anything through that body right now, especially not in an election year. So this is what is left for the president to do, try to push boundaries on the executive front. And that's exactly what he's doing. And honestly, he's been, the gun control groups have been successful in pressuring him to do even more than he had already been doing, or do it faster. And so they really have gotten a big political win here today.
All right, Stephen Gutowski of The Reload, we always appreciate your insight into these issues. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
You know, I was saying to some of my team in the back, I mean, Alex, first of all, thank you for the courage of telling your story. It's a story that so many in our country can tell. And he really highlights an important facet of this issue, which is necessarily when we're talking about that much debt, it's because there has been the need for a lot of medical care. And invariably then, anyone who has needed that level of medical care over that period of time should be allowed the dignity of being able to focus on their recovery and not, in addition to the burden of recovery, deal with the burden of debt associated with a medical need. That really does, Alex, you really hit it on the head in terms of what is at the very essence of this issue, in terms of the overlay between the issue of medical care, dignity, and debt, unfair debt, the accumulation of debt that really in so many ways paralyzes so many people. So, Alex, your story is a reminder of the tremendous burden that medical debt forces on so many people. And today it is my honor to be joined by a group of leaders who are fighting to ease that burden. Members of our cabinet and our administration, advocacy groups, and healthcare professionals. So thank you all for being here. The president and I know that one of the biggest challenges facing working families today is the rising cost of living. Helping Americans lower their monthly bills is one of our administration's top priorities. And that is why we are here today. There are so many people in our country with stories like that of Alex. So many people, some of whom you might know, who were rushed to the hospital because their appendix burst or because they took a nasty fall, and who are still paying off the bill years later. Parents who have sat in a hospital parking lot afraid to bring their child through those sliding glass doors of the emergency room because they knew if they walked through those sliding glass doors, They may be out thousands of dollars that they don't have. Seniors who have to cut their pills in half because they cannot afford more medication. Now remember, they're cutting a pill in half, but they've been prescribed for the sake of their health and well-being that they need to take the whole pill. So let's think about what that means in terms of their health condition. And who, because they cannot afford to actually take the full prescription, cut that pill in half and then get sicker and sicker as a result. Family members with a chronic condition, such as heart disease, cancer, or diabetes, that requires regular treatment and care. Treatment and care that can cost hundreds or thousands of dollars a week, which most people cannot afford. In fact, 1 in 3 adults in our country struggles with unpaid medical bills. 1 in 3. And of those adults, a disproportionate number are Black or Latino. I have met so many people in so many communities in our nation who are struggling with this burden, many of whom are managing an illness or an injury at the same time, and who stay up at night staring at the ceiling, wondering if they will ever be able to pay off their medical debt. No one in our nation should have to endure that. No one in our nation should have to go bankrupt just to get the health care they need. And that is why our administration is prioritizing this issue of medical debt. First, by taking action to protect consumer rights. You know, when I was Attorney General of California, I drafted and helped pass what we named the Homeowner Bill of Rights to protect consumers from predatory lending and unfair foreclosure practices. It was one of the first bills of its kind in our country, and the purpose behind that bill was quite simple. Homeowners must be informed of their rights, and those rights must be protected. The same, of course, is true when we are looking at this issue. Folks need to have the rights, and if they're not there, let's put them into law, and let's also make sure their rights are protected and that they are informed of their rights. For example, on this issue of medical debt, we know that many people are not aware that they have a right to dispute inaccurate charges on their medical bills, or how to file such a dispute, which is why today the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is launching a new public education campaign to help consumers understand and take full advantage of their rights. Our administration is also taking action against the bad actors, the folks who violate consumers' rights, to force people to pay medical debt. Some debt collection companies harass consumers with dozens of phone calls a week. Remember what we are talking about. Folks who are in the process of attempting to recover from an illness, for example. Debt collectors that try to collect on debt that has already been paid. Some who pose as law enforcement officials or threaten consumers with jail time. That sort of harassment and intimidation is unethical, and often it is illegal. And that is why the CFPB has made it a priority to hold debt collectors accountable. Our administration is helping Americans pay off their medical debt also. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Department of Veterans Affairs has canceled or refunded about $1 billion in medical co-payments for over 1.5 million veterans. Many more veterans are eligible for debt relief, but the process to apply is often consuming in terms of time and confusing in terms of understanding how it works. The application also can only be completed on paper as it currently exists, and it requires veterans to submit a lot of documents to prove, to prove their income and eligibility. So this is why the VA, under the great leadership of all those who are here, has decided to streamline the process for applying for debt relief. Often, what they are doing is understanding that we have to make it easier. We have to make it easier, and we have the ability to do that. So part of what they are doing is offering a new, easy-to-use online application. And they're setting a simple income threshold for eligibility. So if you are a veteran who has medical debt, please go online and consider applying. And if you know a veteran, please make sure that they are aware of this opportunity. We should be clear. Most people with medical debt want to pay it off. To do so, they need financial resources. And too often, having medical debt can be an obstacle to accessing those resources. This is in large part because of the negative effect medical debt can have on credit scores. Credit scores. So credit scores essentially are supposed to measure how responsible you are with your money. That's what it's supposed to do. So somebody can decide if you are a good bet, if you want to borrow money, so that people can decide, are you entitled to certain benefits if you are responsible with money, or maybe not entitled to those benefits if you're not responsible with money. Having medical debt because you were sick or injured should not lower your credit score and make it more difficult to secure the help you need to get out of debt. It's not logical. Last month, the 3 largest credit reporting agencies announced that they will no longer include medical debt in credit scores if an individual has paid their debts, has unpaid debts less than a year old, or has accrued less than $500 in debt. This is an important first step forward, and one that the President and I applaud. Credit reporting agencies must continue to work toward completely erasing the effects of medical debt on credit reports, and our administration intends to keep an eye on that progress. At the same time, our administration has directed federal agencies, whenever possible, to eliminate medical debt as a factor in accessing federal resources. For example, the Department of Agriculture is leading the way by no longer considering medical debt when guaranteeing loans through its Rural Housing Service. Medical debt makes it more difficult for so many people to afford the necessities of life, to pay the rent and the car bill, to keep the lights on and put food on the table. President Biden and I believe that every person has a right to affordable health care. That is why, in addition to the announcements we are making today, we are continuing to fight to improve financial assistance under the Affordable Care Act, to close the Medicaid coverage gap, and to empower Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for all Americans. And that is why we will also continue to fight so that all people have the opportunity to succeed and to thrive, free of the burden of medical debt. I thank you all again, all the leaders who are here, all the folks that you help, all the people that benefit from your hard work. Thank you all, and take care. Thank you.
Okay. Just a couple of items for all of you at the top. We tried to wait until after the backgrounder on the India bilat as well, so hopefully you were able to listen in on that. Today, as part of the fight to help Americans deal with high costs, the Vice President is announcing new actions to protect consumers and lessen the burden of medical debt on American families. She'll be joined by administration leaders, including HHS Secretary Becerra, CFPB Director Chopra, and OMB Director Young. Medical debt is now the largest source of debt in collections, more than credit cards, utilities, and auto loans combined. But it is not just a financial issue. It can have negative health effects, too. Studies have found that Americans with medical debt are more likely to avoid seeking additional medical care than those without debt. Getting sick or taking care of loved ones should not mean financial hardship for American families. That is why the administration is going to hold medical providers and debt collectors accountable for harmful practices, reduce the role that medical debt plays in determining whether Americans can access credit, help over 500,000 of low-income American veterans get their medical debt forgiven, and inform consumers of their rights. These actions come on the heels of the President's April 5th executive order on access to affordable, quality health care coverage. Also wanted to note that today our administration launched a rural infrastructure tour to double down on the President's unwavering commitment to building a better America where rural communities thrive. The White House released a rural playbook to help state, local, tribal, and territorial governments in rural areas unlock the historic investments from the President's bipartisan infrastructure law. This playbook offers a what, when, where, and how to apply for funding under the law, making it easier for rural communities to plan and compete for federal resources that create good-paying jobs and generate economic opportunities. Secretary Haaland is kicking off the tour in Boulder County, Colorado today, and during the month of April, cabinet members and Biden administration officials will travel to dozens of rural communities to talk about how we are unlocking bipartisan infrastructure law investments and federal resources to make sure they reach rural areas across America. This tour includes the President's trip tomorrow to Menlo, Iowa, outside of Des Moines, to discuss the administration's actions to lower costs for working families. There, President Biden will make an announcement on actions to reduce the impact of Putin's price hike and build America, a better America with investments in rural communities from the bipartisan infrastructure law. And welcome back, Karine. Her first day back. We're very thrilled to have her back here with us in the briefing room. Okay, with that.
I've got three things, hopefully, pretty quickly. As you just mentioned, the President's going to Iowa as part of the Rural Playbook launch. He's visiting a state that he lost during the 2020 campaign, and he's going to a county that was even more voting Republican last time. I'm wondering if that will make it harder for that area to receive his message politically.
Well, I think the President is not making this trip through a political prism. He's making this trip because Iowa is a rural state in the country that would benefit greatly from the President's policies, including the policies that he'll be talking about tomorrow on his trip. When he was running, I think many of you heard him say and convey he wanted to be the President for all people, whether you voted for him or not. And this is certainly an example of his effort to do exactly that.
On another topic, looking at the bilateral, how much did the President push the Prime Minister to limit Russian energy imports and arms, and what was the response?
Well, we'll let the Indian government project their response, or not their response, but their readout of the call. I would say that energy imports are not banned. They don't violate our sanctions. We certainly recognize every country is going to take steps that are in their interest. At the same time, on this call, what the President did is consistent with what our Deputy National Security Advisor, of course, did during his visit just a few weeks ago, was to make clear what the impact, of course, of our sanctions would be. We expect everybody to abide by those. And while India only imports about 1% to 2% of its energy from Russia, we also made clear, and the President made clear, that we would be happy to help them in diversifying this as well. In terms of And we also made clear, I should say, that the president also made clear that he does not believe it's in India's interest to accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy and other commodities as well, which is something we certainly convey to other countries. In terms of military actions. We have not made a decision about the waiver under CATSA. In terms of how much it was discussed during the call, I'd have to get more details from our national security team on that specifically. Go ahead.
Jen, on the new rule today, this is already facing the threat of legal challenges from some gun groups. Given those threats, are you bracing for legal challenge, and when do you realistically expect to see this new rule take effect, given those challenges?
Well, let me first say that this rule, or the intention to put this rule forward, was announced, as you know, some time ago, and there was a lot of response to it, 250,000 comments, which is, of course, a lot to go through. What this is a reflection of, and why the president is, of course, confident or hopeful about our ability to ensure we can continue to implement it, is the fact that ghost guns kill people too. Ghost guns can be purchased online. People put together these kits. They're not background checks that are required. They're not under the same, they're not also required to have serial numbers, which makes it more difficult for law enforcement to track when these have an impact in crimes. So, of course, the president is confident in any executive order and the legal authority that he puts forward. But what's important to note about the announcement he is making today is that this is a rule that is supported by law enforcement. It is a rule that will help address what we know is a rising component of gun crimes across the country, which is the use of ghost guns. And to the president, it was important to take a step to address that.
Going off of what you just said, please tell us that these guns are as simple as clicking on the internet and snapping parts together. Will there be, can you say, this administration say there will be fewer shootings as a result of what the president is doing today?
Well, that's always our hope and our objective, right, is to reduce the impact of gun violence. As we've seen violence go up, we have seen a huge, vast majority of that, nearly 3/4, as a result of guns. And ghost guns, as you said, Cecilia, are used by simply clicking and ordering online, ordering a kit that people can make in their homes. And that is one of the reasons why this action or efforts to take more steps has been supported by a range of law enforcement officials. From the International Association of Chiefs of Police said that ghost guns are, quote, increasingly used by criminals and terrorists. We saw Governor Larry Hogan, of course a Republican, as you know, call Maryland's bill banning ghost guns a, quote, positive step as we seek to stem the tide of violent crime. Brown County, Wisconsin Lieutenant Matt Ronk said ghost guns are, quote, a new threat. And there are a range of police leaders and officials across the country who have conveyed how important both these components that the president is announcing today are to addressing the threat of ghost guns.
Hey, Jim, just to follow up, did the president get a commitment from Prime Minister Modi not to accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy?
I'll let Prime Minister Modi and the Indians speak to that. Again, it's 1 to 2% at this point in time. It is not, they import 10% from the United States. It is not a violation of any sanctions or anything along those lines. It was a constructive, direct conversation, but I will let them speak for themselves.
And secondly, the president said he wanted to meet Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo on or about May 24th. What else can you tell us about this trip?
The president is looking forward to going to Asia at some point, but I don't have any more details at this point in time. Clearly, he's excited since he talked about it today.
And lastly, any details about this announcement tomorrow in Iowa? Is it related to ethanol?
I don't have any more details at this point in time. As you all know, we are taking a range of steps to reduce the price of gas, to move us toward a long-term, more clean energy economy, but I expect we'll have more of a preview for you later today. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back to the conversation with Modi. Did the president urge Modi to speak out more forcefully against the Russian invasion?
Well, we have seen the Indians do exactly that more recently, as they did as it relates to the horrific photos that we saw around Busha. We've seen them take steps to provide humanitarian assistance and a range of assistance, but it is something we always encourage leaders to do, to speak out, to be vocal, to ensure they're on the right side of history. But this was a constructive call. It was a productive call. It's a relationship that is vitally important to the United States and to the president. I would not see it as an adversarial call.
And then I understand you want to let the Indians speak for themselves, but was the president seeking a promise from Modi that he wouldn't look to increase oil purchases from Russia?
Well, we are, the president both conveyed that we are here to help them diversify their means of importing oil. Again, the imports from the United States are already significant, or much bigger than the imports that they get from Russia. And we, of course, the president conveyed very clearly that it is not in their interest to increase that. But beyond that, I would let the Indian leaders speak for themselves.
And then
go ahead.
I'm wondering if, last night Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told 60 Minutes that the Ukrainian military has recordings of conversations between Russian troops talking about committing atrocities that would qualify as war crimes. Wondering if anyone in the U.S. government has been able to listen to these intercepts, or whether the U.S. government has similar intercepts.
Well, I don't have anything to confirm on that front from here, but what I would reiterate is something Jake Sullivan said last week, which is that as we're looking to provide data and information to war crimes investigations, of which there are a range of options currently underway, the OSCE, obviously the ICC, the Ukrainian special prosecutor is also gathering information. We're going to provide any data and information we can, and we're going to encourage other countries to do exactly that. We've already called a range of these actions we've seen war crimes. That is important, but there's also going to be an investigative step where all of this will be fed into. That can also take some time.
If this ended up at The Hague, is that something that the White House would support?
We're not going to prejudge which format or forum that it can take. There are a range of different options that history has utilized, whether it's the ICC or the OSCE, and basically an international fora is probably the appropriate forum, but we're not going to predetermine what that looks like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does the U.S. intend to return its diplomatic presence to Kiev?
That is, of course, our objective over the course of time, but we're going to have to assess when it's the right time to do exactly that.
Is it considering moving back into Ukraine, potentially to Lviv, sooner rather than later?
I don't have a prediction of that at this point. Obviously, it's in our interest to have a diplomatic presence on the ground, but that is an assessment made by the State Department, made through the prism of security considerations, and sometimes it's a smaller presence that gets larger, but they are really the appropriate entity to speak to that.
Is there any concern that if the U.S. does not get its diplomatic presence back sooner, that it'll appear that we're leading from behind, as you've got the European Union, I believe the Czech Republic, Italy, a lot of countries are coming forward and saying that they're going back to Ukraine, and the U.S. hasn't done it yet?
I would say that the most important thing the United States has done and continues to do is lead the entire global coalition in standing up against Russia and ensuring we are providing military security assistance, expediting that, tapping into not only our own resources, but the resources of countries around the world, and leading the world in a package of economic sanctions that has had a crippling impact on the Russian economy. Those are the most important factors.
Has the president asked to go to Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into private conversations. What I will tell you is we're not currently planning a trip by the President of the United States to Ukraine. What is most important to the Ukrainian leadership is that we are expediting weapons and getting them the assistance and security systems they need, and that is what our focus is on.
And who decides if the president goes to Ukraine or not?
In what way?
He had said when he was in Poland that he expressed interest in going to Ukraine, but they wouldn't let me. So I'm wondering who advises.
I'm not going to get into private considerations internally on that front.
Okay, and on Title 42, you said over the weekend that the administration agrees more needs to be done. The immigration system is broken. This was in response to a question about Democrats who don't want to lift it right now. You invited Republicans to work with the White House to get something done on immigration, but has the White House actually reached out to any Republicans to try to move this forward recently?
It has been a long-standing open invitation. Any Republican who wants to work with us on immigration reform, you're invited. Let's have a conversation. We have not seen an expression of that interest across the board.
So you're wanting Republicans to go to you. The White House is not reaching out then to any.
We have conversations with Democrats and Republicans all the time, Jackie, but I think it's clear what we're seeing from Republicans is an effort to politicize this and not fix what we all recognize as an outdated and broken system.
One last question. You said on Friday that the vice president was masked indoors all day, but the White House tweeted a video showing her standing over the president without a mask on. Can you explain what happened there?
Well, I would say that the vice president and the president and all of us abide by what the CDC protocols are. It was an emotional day. It was a historic day. And there were moments when she was not wearing a mask. Side, including in a photo, but she was wearing it 99.9% of the time. I would note the president and the vice president have both tested negative in the last 24 hours. And we have felt and made the decision it's important to share with all of you when there are close contacts. That's exactly what we did. Why it's of interest to the public, I think, is, and you guys can agree or disagree with me, is because the four principles, the public has a right to know and an interest in knowing when the four principles have exposure or close contact exposure to any individuals who have COVID. The vice president is now 5 days post-exposure. She tested negative. Oh, go ahead. Do it. Oh, sorry. I'll go to Caitlin. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I jumped around. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
Speaking of India's response to Russia's invasion, they have abstained from several votes at the United Nations condemning the invasion, suspending Russia from the Human Rights Council. Did President Biden raise that during their call today?
I don't have any more details beyond what was raised or briefed out in the background call. Obviously, the call concluded. We just did a briefing call. I don't have any more details beyond that.
So you can't say if President Biden asked them to condemn the invasion?
They have condemned the recent horrific atrocities we saw in Busha, and certainly, as we see more, we expect them to do exactly that as well.
What does the U.S. assess this new Russian general overseeing the invasion will mean for it going forward?
Well, I would say our view is that even a changeover in personnel or leadership at the top is not going to erase the fact that this is a strategic a failure for Russia. What we should all be aware of, and we are certainly aware of, is this is a general who was already responsible for overseeing atrocities in Syria, and that we would expect that it would be a continuation of the type of atrocities we've already seen take place in Ukraine. But again, they have not. It is not gone as President Putin has planned, and we don't expect a change in personnel would change that.
Are you concerned it could get worse?
Well, I think, Caitlin, separate from any change of leadership at the top, what we have seen or we expect is as they have coalesced their resources and their all of the resources that they have into eastern, most of them, I should say, into eastern Ukraine, we certainly expect that they will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in that part of the country. We expect Russia will continue to launch air and missile strikes across the rest of the country to cause military and economic damage, and we expect this stage of the conflict could last a long time, and we should have no illusions that Russia is going to adjust their tactics and make them less brutal. And certainly changes in leadership reflect a continuation of the type of atrocities we've seen, or the type of approach that we've seen and we've also predicted from the beginning.
And just to follow on Jackie's question, what is the threshold for reopening the U.S. Embassy in Kiev?
I'd point you to the State Department if they have any more specifics they want to outline publicly. Obviously, we want to have a diplomatic presence on the ground. That's always going to be our objective. Go ahead. Oh, Kelly, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's been years since there's been a confirmed ATF director, and what do you think will be different now with this new nomination the president's putting forward? And do you think the absence of that kind of leadership has had any part in the increase in gun violence the country has seen?
Well, it's hard for me to make a conclusion, or us to make a conclusion on that from here. But what we know is that having confirmed leadership, leading any agency, including one as important as the ATF, always is going to make the systems, the processes, the ability to get policy making done more efficient and effective. And there's no question it's a net positive to have someone confirmed to lead ATF. I would say that, Steve, who is our nominee or announced nominee, is a highly qualified candidate with decades of law enforcement experience, including through partnerships with the ATF to prosecute complex cases and take down violent criminal gangs. He's received bipartisan support from law enforcement leaders. He was confirmed unanimously when he was nominated to serve as a federal prosecutor. And our view is that if Republicans are about getting tough on crime, as we are, and keeping our community safe, they should support a career prosecutor like Steve Dettelbach, who can make ATF more effective in getting guns off our streets and stopping criminals. And it's in all of our interests to have a confirmed nominee, and we think he is eminently qualified to do exactly that.
And just to follow on the issue of the vice president and the masking, a couple of times you've cited emotional day, important role she was playing. You're not saying that those things are reasons to not follow CDC guidelines?
Absolutely not, and I appreciate your question on that. What I was conveying is that, while she has worn a mask, as is protocol, and as is our expectation of everyone from the vice president, the president, all of us on down, if you have a close contact, that there was a photo, as Jackie said, and there are moments when she was human, and she didn't have a fat mask on in a photo, but she has worn the mask, and certainly that is what we want to convey to the American people.
Is it because of the photo, because it's an important day and the photo will live for decades, that we all understand? I mean, I'm wearing a mask today. I don't always wear a mask.
Yeah.
Is that the reason?
I think it was a decision made in the moment, but it doesn't mean that we don't all try to be model citizens here and abide by what the CDC protocols are and requirements. And I conveyed and wanted to reiterate that she did test negative, in case those of you had not seen that, because she now is at that 5-day past the close contact. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, Jen. Thank you. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan was deposed this weekend following a no-confidence vote in Parliament. What is the administration's reaction to those developments, and does President Biden have any plans to speak with the country's new Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif?
So we support the peaceful upholding of constitutional and democratic principles. We don't support one political party over another, and we certainly support the principles of rule of law and equal justice under the law. We value our longstanding cooperation with Pakistan, have always viewed a prosperous and democratic Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests. That remains unchanged, regardless of who leadership is. In terms of a future call, I don't have anything to predict at this point in time. Obviously, we stay in close touch with them at a range of levels.
One more question on the president's call with Prime Minister Modi. Was India's acquisition of the S-400 missile defense system from Russia a topic of discussion? And do you have any updates on whether the U.S. would impose sanctions that would be triggered under CAATSA or issue a waiver should India go through with that purchase?
Yeah, I don't have an update, as I said, kind of to an earlier question on the CATSA waiver that would be required. I don't have an update at this point in time. I can see if there's more to report out to you for the end of the day. Go ahead.
Tomorrow is CPI day. It's probably obviously going to capture the start of the war and pretty significant spikes in energy. Can you give us a sense of what you're expecting and what, if any, change this will make for what talks may or may not be going on with the Hill on what pieces that may or may not be passed of a bill that may or may not have a name? I don't know.
Sounds very hypothetical and hopeful. Okay.
How high do you expect these numbers to be?
Sure.
Is there
No,
any impact on the strategy to pass what you believe to be inflation cooling measures in the medium term?
I understand your question. So because of the actions we've taken to address the Putin price hike, we are in a better place than we were last month. But we expect March CPI headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike. And we expect a large difference between core and headline inflation, reflecting the global disruptions in energy and food markets. So core inflation doesn't include energy and food prices. Headline inflation does. And of course, we know that core inflation, energy, the impact of energy, of course, on oil prices, gas prices, we expect that to continue to reflect what we've seen the increases be over the course of this invasion. And just as an example, since President Putin's military buildup accelerated in January, average gas prices are up more than 80 cents. Most of the increase occurred in the month of March, and at times gas prices were more than $1 above pre-invasion level. So that roughly 25% increase in gas prices will drive tomorrow's inflation reading. And certainly it's not a surprise to us, but we certainly think it will be reflected. And in March, again, to give you a point of comparison, the average cost of a barrel of oil was around $110. That's compared to about $75 at the beginning of the year. So we expect this to all be reflected as we look at the data tomorrow. I will say that anytime there is heightened monthly data or inflation reporting or numbers, it is a reminder to us, to our allies on the Hill, and hopefully to many of the American people that we need to do more to reduce costs for the American people. We have, of course, legislation that could do exactly that, cut the cost of child care, of health care, of elder care. These all have enormous impacts on people's budgets, on when they're doing those calculations at their kitchen table, and certainly this data will be a reminder of the need to do something and take additional steps.
The President signed the PNTR bill on Friday.
Yes.
Do you have anything to share on next steps for that? In other words, how quickly would tariffs on Russian goods change across the
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me see if I can get you a more how quickly it would be implemented. When they would see the tariffs, as you're asking?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And finally, the announcement this afternoon on guns, of course, backdrop to this is a lot of cities are seeing significant instances of gun crime or violent crime more generally. Can you give us an update of where the administration stands on a push for a police reform package to pass through Congress? Are those talks ongoing at all? Or is the calculus of the sort of escalation in crime has made it even more difficult to pass a police reform package right now?
Well, I would say first on gun violence, which we do recognize as an enormous problem and, of course, a driver of what we've seen as the rising rates of crime across the country for some time. We are going to continue to call on Congress to do more. We're not going to wait while lives are being lost and when more reforms need to be put in place. So, I think there's kind of two components here. There's obviously police reform. There were bipartisan conversations. We sort of paused on our review of an executive order for that period of time out of respect for that process. Obviously, that's not a process that is rapidly moving forward. We're continuing to review and have every intention of the president signing an executive order on police reform. I would note that we've also taken steps from the Department of Justice to ban chokeholds and take other steps that we have the capacity to do from the federal government. But in order to make reforms impactful over the long term and more expansive, we need legislation. On guns, we have also taken steps. The president has done more to fight gun violence and keep our communities safe than any president in history in his first year in office. This is obviously an issue that is close to his heart, something he's passionate about and has been for decades. And choking off the supply of guns being used in crimes, including by cracking down on gun traffickers and firearms dealers who are selling guns illegally, is one of the steps we've taken. But also we've taken steps to put more cops on the beat, investing, improving community-based programs to make our streets safer, doing all of this to prop up while also supporting reforms, local police, make sure they have the funding they need, while also putting in place, in whatever capacity we have, gun reforms measures, as the president is doing today, to help address some of the rising impacts like ghost guns.
Your assessment that right now there's no appetite in Congress to pass the George Floyd policing bill?
I don't want to speak for Congress, and so they can speak for that and what they think the potential is, and obviously we're going to continue to advocate for that, to push for that, to press for that, but we're not going to wait to take additional steps that we have the executive authority to take. Go ahead.
Jen, if I can circle back to the call that the president had earlier today with the Prime Minister of India. A senior administration official did brief us earlier today and said that we haven't asked India to do anything in particular. This was on energy imports, but then later said we don't think Russia should accelerate imports from Russian oil. So can you tell us, did the president explicitly ask not for an acceleration of Russian oil?
It's more, as it was articulated, and I just articulated, I hope maybe not clearly, about conveying that we don't think it's in their interest to import more Russian oil. They're only importing 1% to 2% at this point in time. We're here to diversify and help them diversify, as we've done with other European countries, should they make that choice to do. They're not violating any sanctions by importing oil. It's a decision we made from the United States, but we also recognize different countries have their own calculations. It was conveying exactly how I just described it.
Can I ask you one other question on inflation? You were referring just a minute ago to the consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I know we've often heard the administration refer to Putin's price hike. I just thought back, actually, last week I was out in Michigan talking to a lot of voters who told me that they feel like inflation has predated the war. And I'm curious how the administration just, squares this all together. I mean, many voters do feel that inflation, and correctly so, predates the war, and it can't all be blamed on Vladimir Putin.
We talked about inflation long before there was an invasion, but we also know that factually, if you look at the data, the average gas prices are up $1.80. 80 cents to $1. It's about a 25%. We've seen increase in gas prices since the start of this invasion, and we know energy prices is a big driver of the inflation data. So that's if you look at the economic data. It doesn't mean, I'm not suggesting every person in this country looks at data and assesses in that way. They assess how they feel and what the impacts are on them. We've long talked about, since at least I started this job, since the president came into office, the impacts of the pandemic on supply chains, how that's impacted a range of costs, and steps we're taking to address those, whether it's ensuring there's our goods moving through ports or other steps we can take to ensure there are, we fund chips manufacturing, because autos and the production of autos, maybe this was a case or an issue when you were in Michigan, has definitely been a driver over the course of time. So there's a lot of different issues, but there's no question that energy prices continue to be month by month a driver of inflationary data, and we know that since the start of this invasion, because of the reduction of oil in the supply in the global oil market, that from Putin's invasion, that is a big driver. Go ahead.
Jen, thanks so much. Just circling back to Kelly's question about the new ATF nominee. Can you describe any outreach that's been done to the Senate to ensure that the confirmation process goes more smoothly than it did to the last selection?
Well, because we're just announcing him today, I would expect it would be from here forward, right? Obviously, there are notifications that happen in advance of any announcement, but certainly we feel that he is somebody who has been supported from had bipartisan support in the past, is broadly supported by a number of police groups, and that he's an excellent candidate to lead ATF. But I wouldn't validate a process going awry. I think it's more about whether or not Republicans in Congress feel that there should be a head of the ATF, and we believe there should be, and this is a person who is eminently qualified to do that.
Did that notification process include Senator Manchin's office?
I'm not going to get into specifics of the notification process, but obviously since he's just making this announcement today, I would expect that the outreach picks up from here.
Okay. And then just on the president was photographed over the weekend in Washington, D.C. wearing a mask. I just wanted to, if you could go through like when he masks and when he doesn't. Would it appear that he did not have a close contact, but correct me if that's wrong?
He did not, but we all make decisions. Some people in here are wearing masks to make them more comfortable, or because they chose to that day, or maybe they're going to be around family members or people who may be immunocompromised or vulnerable, and the president makes that decision, as we all do as well. Go ahead.
Jen, could I just ask a kind of a broader question related to the Modi meeting?
Sure.
You've talked a lot about the president's leadership in terms of assembling a global coalition against Russia, but that global coalition isn't really global in the sense that there are many countries out there, India is one of them, that hasn't really joined, hasn't really taken a side. They've sort of adopted a neutral stance, as Caitlin mentioned, the votes in the UN, including the most recent one on kicking Russia out of the UN Human Rights Council. So, do you all consider India an example of a kind of failure to broaden the coalition to countries like India beyond the sort of core European countries? And if so, was this call used, or does the president see pressure to use a call like this to expand that global coalition even further, so that Russia doesn't have the kind of lifelines that it needs to escape the sanctions and the like?
Well, I would say building more than 50%, far more than 50% of the world's GDP into a global coalition is hardly a failure. I don't think anyone would call that a failure. But what India has done to date, and our objective, and part of the objective of a phone call like this, is to have a diplomatic conversation to build on this, right? Recognizing that countries go at different paces and taking steps to support countries like Ukraine. What India has done to date is they have condemned the killings of civilians in Bucha. They've supported calls for an independent investigation. They've provided over 90 tons of humanitarian relief material to Ukraine and its neighbors, to include medicine and other essential relief. Earlier in the conflict, they also used its resources to evacuate almost 150 foreign nationals for 18 different countries. So part of our objectives now is to build on that and to encourage them to do more. And that's why it's important to have leader-to-leader conversations.
Jan?
Go ahead.
The mask mandate for public transportation like trains, buses, and airplanes expires next week. Does the White House or the administration have any plans on extending that?
Well, it's a decision made by the CDC, so they will make that decision, and I'm not aware of a decision being made at this point, but I would certainly point you to them. Go ahead.
I'd like to switch gears here. Do you have an update on Brittany Griner? Russian state media reporting that her detention has been extended at least until May 19th. And also, is it still a strategy not to talk about her case or limit talk about her case to keep from politicizing it?
So the State Department will have the most up-to-date information. I think it's been out for some time, the extension of her detention there. We typically don't talk about cases in advance of having a Privacy Act waiver. Once we had a Privacy Act waiver, we can talk about it more. But historically, and having formerly served at the State Department, it is not typically constructive to talk a great deal about these cases of individuals who are detained. It can historically impact our ability to bring them home, and that, of course, is our objective. But the State Department makes those determinations. They are in closest touch with efforts to bring her home, and that certainly is our objective.
And I have to ask Trevor Reed or Paul Whelan.
Again, these are, of course, individuals, and we want to do everything we can, and we are doing everything we can to bring them home, including raising their cases at every opportunity. But typically, it does not benefit the cases to talk publicly about these cases, and I would use evidence of some individuals we've been able to bring home from a variety of places in the last several months where we didn't talk a lot about them in advance. Our goal is to bring them home. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the president's conversation with Modi, wondering if the fact that Mayor Garcetti doesn't appear to have the votes for confirmation right now, is there any concern around that, especially given how much the U.S. wants to press India not to cooperate with Russia? Was that, the question of his confirmation discussed, and does
I'm not aware of it being a topic during the call.
Does the president still support his nomination?
Yep, he does.
And then, is there any reaction on the French election and the outcome with Le Pen?
Well, there's not an outcome yet. It goes to a runoff. So obviously at this point, we're not going to speak to that. Go ahead.
Thank you. During the call, Prime Minister Modi thanked President Biden for organizing this call. Can you give us a broader context into it, why this call was organized by President Biden and at this particular time?
Sure. Well, I would say India is an incredibly important partner. We consult very closely with India on a range of issues, and this was an opportunity to discuss, work very closely and discuss the consequences of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine. This builds on discussions that have happened, obviously at a lower level than Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, but certainly is a reflection of the value the president sees in leader-to-leader diplomacy and having conversations that are candid, that are direct, but also provide, hopefully, a pathway to continuing to build on the steps we've seen India take in recent weeks.
Given the situation that in neighboring Pakistan, what is your assessment of the situation there, given that it's a nuclear power country, the situation is quite volatile?
In terms of the new leadership, or what aspect?
The security aspect of Pakistan.
I don't have a new assessment from here to offer. I would point you to the Defense Department. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Several Parkland parents, including Manuel Oliver, who was taken into police custody at the White House in February while attempting to get the president's attention, will be attending today's Rose Garden event. Does President Biden have any plans to meet with Oliver or any of the other Parkland parents at the gun violence prevention event?
I will check. I don't believe there are additional meetings, but obviously inviting these incredibly courageous parents who have experienced the worst thing that can happen to a parent in their lives is a reflection of his respect and all of our respect for the work they've done, their advocacy, and certainly an acknowledgement of that.
And yesterday, on a separate topic, Larry Summers warned that a recession could be on the way in the next 2 years based on the inflation and unemployment rates. Is the White House also concerned that a recession could hit in the next 2 years? And what do you make of his prescription of tariff reduction, strategic petroleum reserve release, adjusting immigration flows, and the federal government purchasing things more inexpensively?
Well, I would say a number of those things we're already doing, but I would say to your earlier question, we, of course, continue to assess the state of our economy, the health of our economy, That's not a projection we have made from here. We believe that the economy is strong. We have created more jobs last year than any year in American history. We saw the unemployment rate at 3.6% last month. And we know that as we're continuing through an economic recovery, that there are areas that we need to focus on, including bringing down costs for the American people. But we are continuing to assess. We've not made that projection from U.S. government economists that Larry Summers has made. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the guns, Biden's approval rating on crime is at 34% for some of the latest polling. That's at the same time as you know that background checks have a lot of approval from the American public, as well as there's 63% that have supported the ghost gun regulation that you guys are finalizing today. What's causing the disconnect there? Is there any plan to change the White House's messaging moving forward from the events today?
Well, I would first say that there's nothing the president would love more than signing background check legislation into law. That's something he has been a leader, a champion, an advocate for throughout his career, and also banning assault weapons. He'd love to be having an event in the Rose Garden today, signing legislation into law. And you're right, it's hugely popular. It doesn't make a lot of sense, except for the hold the NRA still seems to have over components of government at this point in time. Not our government, but people who are elected. So I wouldn't say our messaging has changed. I think it's important, and that's always been the case, but ghost guns, we know, are an area where we can take steps to help through executive authority and through executive actions, as the president is doing today, to put in place background checks, to put in place a requirement of serial numbers, to bring them more in line with a range of other guns. But we'd love to get broad background check legislation signed.
To ask you, do you have any response to the news that Jared Kushner secured a $2 million investment from a fund led by Saudi Crown Prince, led by the Saudi Crown Prince?
I don't have any comment from here, but maybe they'll have a comment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Going back to the Ukrainian-Russian war, Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer is meeting with Putin in Moscow. What does the administration have to say about that? What does the president think that will achieve?
Well, I think we've encouraged or supported any efforts at diplomacy. We've, though, encouraged anyone who is speaking with or meeting with, however they're engaging, with President Putin to also engage with Ukrainians. They are the country that is being invaded right now. And so if you're going to play a role in diplomacy, that is an especially important component. I would expect at some point some will get a readout of their conversation, so I can't predict if it's constructive or not.
And a follow-up on Pakistan, if you will. The new Prime Minister, Sharif, what arrangements does the administration have to contact him, and what's moving forward on that?
You mean whether there will be a call from the president? Right. I don't have. Oh, good.
Expectations are there for his new administration too?
I don't have a prediction of a call at this point in time. I mean, obviously, those are assessments made day by day, and especially after new leaders are elected, of course. We have a long, strong, and abiding relationship with Pakistan, an important security relationship, and that will continue under new leaders. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Jen. So you've said that 2% of the oil coming from Russia is imported into India.
1 to 2.
1 to 2. That's about 16 million barrels. So far, according to contracts, India has imported 13 million barrels since the war began, or since the invasion began of Ukraine. Why not just come out and ask them to help isolate the Russian president?
I think the president conveying, our Deputy National Security Advisor conveying, they should take steps. We encourage them to take steps to diversify. We're here to help and assist in that, and also conveying it's not in their interest to increase the import of Russian oil. I think that speaks for itself, but we also know different countries are going to make decisions based on what their needs are economically and what the needs are for the people in their country. We have, of course, banned the import of oil here. Other countries have not done that, so it's not a violation of any sanctions or any requirement or request from our end.
On inflation, Odessa, so you're saying that because of the president's work, then we will see in the core inflation, without gas and food, you'll see that core come down, and you'll see the results of his work in that inflation.
I was making a prediction not of that, but of the fact that you're going to see, because of the increase in the price of oil, you're going to see an increase in the overarching headline number.
But the core inflation, you're saying that the president...
The core inflation, as you know, because you cover this very closely, does impact a range of factors that we're still working to address. So, but I was making a prediction about the headline component. Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow. Or only if you're going to Iowa, I guess. But for the, yes, wouldn't miss it.
Kemp for joining us yet again. A great look back, really, at these negotiations and talks today with Indian counterparts. Do you think anything is going to come of it? I think this whole aspect to the war is quite interesting. Of course, India is itself a nuclear power. It gets a lot of weapons from Russia, like Jackie said. But Biden told Modi today how buying more Russian oil is not in India's interests. So do you think the needle was moved at all today?
I do think the needle was moved, and we've been tightening up our relationship with India for some time. I do things where we work on a variety of different areas, and I will tell you that our relationship with India and certainly our engagement in South Asia is such, beyond Afghanistan, our engagement is such that we're doing a lot there, and so I do think there is more substance probably behind closed doors than anything else. The other thing too is that's actually a good thing to tell Modi, because Russian oil is not a great thing for them to be dependent on. The pipelines are very limited going that direction. And if you look at the pipeline map, everything kind of shoots out towards the west. And a lot of the oil that would come down to India would come out of the Black Sea via tanker. Well, right now, they're having a heck of a time getting tankers out of the Black Sea. You know, the Russian Navy kind of did this to itself. They can't, what they've caused is a maritime insurance premium where it costs more money to go in to take the risk of getting oil out of the Black Sea because of sea mines and naval activity and everything else than what they actually make doing it. So it's actually made it a negative sum to go in there and try and get oil out of the Black Sea, which just causes a huge impediment in the world of maritime trade, especially for oil. So just from a practical matter, the mechanics of getting Russian oil to India right now are all clogged up because of what Russia has done in Ukraine, specifically its naval activity in the Black Sea, which is somewhat ironic, but it does that hits India probably harder than a lot of the other places. It hits China as well, but it definitely hits India in a major way. So there's a practical, it just makes sense. What they're saying politically makes sense with what the practical situation is in terms of doing that.
Interesting. Let's talk about another country that you really don't hear much about, especially in relation to maybe talks with Putin about trying to ease up on the war, take some concessions. That is Austria. The Austrian chancellor visited Moscow today. Chancellor Karl Nehammer. He also visited Kiev over the weekend. He will be the first EU leader to meet with Putin since Russia launched the invasion of Ukraine back on February the 24th. What is Austria's role in all of this? Do you think this will come of anything?
Well, Austria is kind of a unique country. All right. First off, they're not Switzerland. Nothing Switzerland, but Switzerland's a neutral country. But Austria is a non-NATO country surrounded by NATO countries. And it has a very close relationship with NATO, obviously part of the EU and everything else. But he can actually he can talk to Putin in a way that a NATO country can't. We talked about Erdogan going up there from Turkey. We've talked about Macron. The problem is they're all from NATO countries. He's not. And by the way, there's been this discussion, can anybody in Putin's inner circle tell him that Russia is losing in Ukraine and just how bad things are going? Well, Nehammer said, prior to leaving, he said, look, I'm going to tell him flat out, you're losing, and that things are not going well, and there's no way that Russia can win. So whether his inner circle tells him, he's going to get the word because of Nehammer going over there and telling him about it. So I think he's kind of a unique presence. Also, he was just 2 days ago, he was meeting with Zelensky in Kiev. So that juxtaposition, that ability to act as an intermediary, to carry water back and forth, if you will, is kind of unique. So all of a sudden, he's kind of arisen as a perfect interlocutor for both parties to try and get the message back and forth.
Hal, I want to show our viewers, in case they haven't seen it yet, what I think is just really stunning video of Boris Johnson's visit to Kiev to meet with Zelensky over the weekend, and we can talk about it. But this was quite a moment. This was quite a staple, making a point from the West, showing solidarity. Would you agree?
I think it's amazing. Not only did he meet with them, but he was walking around out in the open like that. The fact that he went there, one of the things behind the scenes, I was stunned to see that the British Prime Minister was able to get to Kiev, because there's a lot of security that goes into anywhere he travels. Not as much as Air Force One and the President of the United States, but it's still rather significant. Of course, I'm looking around and I'm wondering how many of those guys are SAS, because that's kind of the norm for which is their high-speed commando force, which is kind of the norm when senior dignitaries from Britain travel overseas into dangerous areas. But he did a lot there. It wasn't just symbolic. He made promises of I think it was about 100 million pounds worth of military equipment, unusual mix, 120 armored vehicles. Now, based on what I'm seeing, these are British armored vehicles. These are not the old Russian or Soviet vehicles from Eastern Europe. These are actually vehicles that are British made, higher quality, higher caliber vehicles. He also talked about sending any array of UK weapons, to include Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Now, there's that big discussion of will Russia try and go into Odessa? And to do that, they almost implicitly have to do some sort of amphibious operation. Well, a couple things. Number one, you saw the attack that took place where they hit a amphibious landing ship in port, and that caused the Russians to literally go out to sea. There's also a report from April 6th that a Russian frigate was hit with a missile. Might have been one of the Ukrainian-made Neptune missiles. We didn't know if the Neptune missiles were actually going to be delivered in April as originally intended, because but it might have been a Neptune missile. But what I would point out is that Zelensky has been asking specifically for Harpoon missiles. This is the missile that we use for anti-ship missiles, very effective missile. I'm not saying they're going to get the top end like we have, but it's a very effective anti-ship missile. And if the Ukrainians were to get that, it would push the Russians so far out to sea that any serious threat of Russian naval activity, particularly anything like an amphibious operation, would pretty much be taken off the board. So that was a very significant piece. Also, the Starstreak anti-air system, incredibly fast missiles. They go Mach 3.5. They move so fast that the pilots have a tough time to even know they're there before they get hit by them, particularly with helicopter pilots. And they've been used to great effect. They're being used to take out drones as well. So all of this force mix that he brought with him, that was a nice bag of gifts. Let's just put it that way. It was very impressive, and it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, Hal, I mean, I just have to reiterate the fact that the Johnson visit is just quite stunning. Knowing what we know, the threat that Kiev was under just 2 weeks ago, and you know, you have to just kind of wonder what Putin is thinking, watching Johnson, watching Zelensky walk freely around a major European capital that he was trying to take. Zelensky really out in the open air. Of course, we know all the reports and stories of, you know, saboteur gangs that have been out to get him. But Kiev was before this a city of almost 3 million people. He's speaking with people who are still there. I don't know. I mean, Churchillian kind of comes to mind here as we watch this. And of course, the White House was asked about this today. Do they expect President Biden to make a similar visit? They said they have no plans underway right now to do anything like this. But this was a huge show of force today.
I have to say, Churchillian, I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say Churchillian because, you know, Zelensky's speech, but like before Congress, was considered a Churchillian moment.
Yeah.
And then you have and the idea of saying Boris Johnson was actually Churchill. I'm sorry, that's just yeah.
That might be a little too far, but
but it is interesting. I mean, here you have a British Prime Minister doing something in a war zone, place that's been hit with, you know, among other things, bombs from aircraft, kind of like London during the Battle of Britain.
Yeah.
And here he is walking around, basically making his presence shown, just like Churchill did, standing next to Zelensky, who's been repeatedly accused of being a Churchillian figure in of himself. And I watched them both go along. It's like Churchill and Churchill walking along the streets of Kiev. But it's a very, very powerful message. It also sends a message that Putin sees, and he feels it, that his special operations forces, these gangs or whatever, these one-offs that they've been using to try and go in there, are completely ineffective.
Yeah.
They weren't able to do anything with that. It also says that they couldn't do anything with Kiev after all that they had put down there, and they could potentially hit it with airstrikes or potentially hit it with cruise missiles. None of that. They just don't have a lot going on. They just don't have a lot of oomph left.
Yeah.
All right. And they don't have that targeting capability.
And I saw reports just about Boris Johnson's mode of transport just to get in there. He kind of went incognito, this really like stealth private mission just on a local commuter train to get into Kiev. It was quite something. Hal, there's a lot to talk about. One last point, one last report I want to get to before we go. The purges going on in Russia's intelligence services. They're being called Stalinist purges, and you and I have used that word quite repeatedly. But about 150 FSB officers have been dismissed since the war began, including some who have been arrested. All of those ousted were, according to the Times of London, employees of the 5th Service. It's a division set up back in 1998 when Putin was director of the FSB to carry out operations in the countries of the former Soviet Union with the aim of keeping them still in Russia's orbit. What are we to make of this? And do you think more high-profile defections are soon to come?
I think we're going to see a lot more. You know, he kind of mentioned traitor, scum, and when he said that, the 5th Service, which is this unique directorate of the FSB, the FSB is the Internal Security Service, Internal Intelligence Service as well, within Russia.
Is it like the FBI?
Kind of akin to the FBI. It's a rough comparison. Let's just put it that way to say that, but they also have this unique international thing, which in the former Soviet republics, like Ukraine, like in the Baltic states, which are NATO countries, like in Georgia, they are the intelligence service, not the DVR, which is the overseas intelligence service. It's actually the FSB. So they have a kind of a dual role there, which is interesting. We had that in World War II with the FBI. The FBI was actually kind of our overseas intelligence service for Latin America, for Central and South America. It was kind of a unique period of time. And this is all before we had a CIA and stuff like that. So it's kind of, it harkens back to that age with our own intelligence community in terms of how that's done. But they have missed the mark so badly with Ukraine. And my guess would be that they cooked the intelligence to make the boss happy. And now he's gone in there, and let's just say they were not met with open arms. They were not welcomed into the country. And of course, now he's got this, from a Russian perspective, this military disaster on his hands. And being an intelligence officer by trade and making decisions based on that intelligence, he's obviously blaming his intelligence service. The head of the Fifth Service is actually under arrest. He's been under arrest for a while. And there's been a number of inexplicable disappearances within the FSB across the board, particularly at the highest levels. So I think you're seeing a purge in action. Yeah. I think we're just catching little snippets of what's going on, but it's a purge in action. And by the way, that purge also was going on at the Ministry of Defense. You got to remember, he fired 8 generals and did a bunch of other things. So it's not unique to the FSB.
Yeah, one of the interesting kind of nuggets in this report was the intelligence officers who allegedly were supposed to bribe local Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian mayors, essentially in order for them to just kind of roll over and let the Russians come on in. Well, those intelligence officers embezzled the bribes that they were supposed to offer these Ukrainian officials. I mean, that is some corruption.
Shocking to hear that. The whole thing is, it's a kleptocracy. Yeah. And everybody is taking money. And literally, this will be the war that was lost to public corruption, if anything, from a Russian perspective. Across the board, everything that they were supposed to be spending money on, they pocketed. You know, the maintenance, the logistics, making sure they had tires that weren't going to go flat on the vehicles, changing the oil in the vehicles, making sure that the ammo was actually there and hadn't been sold to China, you name it, across the board. So giving them lots of cash. That's why when we were in Afghanistan, and certainly it's true in Iraq as well, but Afghanistan probably more famous, we would send in huge loads of cash. That was one of the ways that we would work with the locals. We would give them a lot of money. It was a very transactional relationship, but it worked. That does work. It certainly would normally work in a situation, or at least from a Russian perspective, a situation like Ukraine. The problem is that we had to watch, we have a lot of internal controls to make sure that money doesn't get diverted or stolen. Obviously, you don't see those internal controls in Russia. Of course the money was diverted, and they are where they are.
Well, that was quite a marathon discussion there. Hal Kempfer, as always, thank you so much for providing clarity to the complex nature of this war, and we'll talk to you again.
Thank you, Andrew. See you tomorrow night.
Yes. I just want to first start off with this stunning statistic that we got today from the mayor of Mariupol, saying that since the Russian siege began, 10,000 civilians have died. Of course, just a couple of days ago, the mayor said 5,000 civilians have died. A stunning figure. Nonetheless, now that's doubled in the course of several days. And the siege in Mariupol continues. What's the latest with it?
Well, they've literally cut the city in half. They got to the city center. They've kind of shot down to the coast. They've isolated those pockets of resistance. There's some very brave Ukrainian forces there, particularly a number of Ukrainian Marines that are holding out, but they're running out of ammo. And in fact, the commander of the Marines said either, our fate is two ways. We're either going to be captured or we're going to be killed. And in pretty dramatic terms. I am not shocked. President Zelensky was making language that there might be tens of thousands of casualties. You have to remember there was over 100,000 civilians trapped in Mariupol for weeks. They've had no water, no food, no way to get out. Every time they open a humanitarian corridor, it seems like every other attempt, the Russians shut it down or do something. It's just been a horrific situation there. So I'm not surprised. Also, the Russians couldn't clear the city. This goes back to what we talked about with lacking the infantry to go in there and actually clear the buildings, clear those blocks. So as you see, they went back to Russian doctrine, which is just destroy the entire city. And they use overwhelming firepower, artillery, rockets, and that sort of thing just lends itself to a lot of civilian casualties.
Yeah, and of course, we're just taking a look at some of the devastation in so many of these Ukrainian cities. Now, let's talk about something that is not yet verified, but it's percolating right now on social media, Hal, and that, of course, this tweet from Anton Gerashenko. He is the advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs in Ukraine. He says, attention, all caps, chemical weapons are used against Ukrainian defenders in Mariupol. Russia openly crosses all boundaries of humanity and openly declares it while Ukraine is still asking for heavy weapons. Now, we need to be very, very careful and cautious about this. But what have you seen? Any evidence that would kind of lead us to verify this, to believe that chemical weapons were in fact used in parts of Mariupol?
Andrew, what I'm seeing is multiple tweets, reports from various sources, which basically say that there was a chemical attack. The symptoms that people were experiencing on the ground, particularly the choking, the method of delivery was a drone. It's not clear if the drone dropped it and then went back somewhere, or if the drone was actually some sort of kamikaze delivery device. I've seen a couple different reports, could be interpreted two different ways on that. But it was drone delivered, which means aerial delivered, from what I gather, and that basically delivered this chemical weapon. Those who were experiencing it were choking, experiencing symptoms similar to what you would see with a number of different types of chemical weapons, but more likely than not, it would be very consistent. When I was looking at this, thinking about which one. Sarin gas, and the Russians were involved in Syria, where they were using sarin gas. It's possible, and I'm not saying it is, and there's certainly not enough information to say one way or other, A, if it happened, or B, what it is. But everything coming out of it so far appears very consistent with that. And if they use sarin gas, not only is it very lethal, it'll kill those on the ground, but it's persistent enough. The agent there would deny people from coming into the area that was contaminated for weeks. Not a lot of weeks, but a few weeks. A few weeks that if they want to go in there, clear the city, and then move that force off to another area, that would be a weapon that they might consider doing that. Of course, it tells you right off that Putin and his entire chain of command doesn't see weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons as a big threshold, because obviously they've crossed that threshold if they did use chemical weapons here.
And Hal, of course, we remember what President Biden said on his European trip a few weeks back, that the United States and allies would have to respond in kind. That was vague to the use of potential chemical or biological weapons. This is a red line for many Western leaders, and we'll see what comes of it. Going further to talk more about what's happening on the ground, there's a potential new convoy that is kind of formulating itself. Russia sending an 8-mile-long military convoy toward Ukraine's contested city of Izium. It's south of Kharkiv. What do we know about this, and when do we expect it to be in place? And what is the strategic goal here?
Well, what we know is what's been seen mostly through drone footage and some satellite imagery, which is there's this very long convoy. From what I can tell, it's a mix of vehicles. There's trucks. They're obviously carrying supplies of some sort. There's also armored vehicles in the mix, and I think there were some tanks that have been mentioned at one point as being in there. It's basically a large, very large unit. The reason it's so long is because the roads is somewhat limiting in terms of how they're getting there. It looks like they're mostly sticking to the hardball road or a couple of hardball roads, which means paved roads. And so that's why it's all strung out. Of course, the other reason it's all strung out is they want to get tactical distance between the vehicles. They have learned a lot of lessons, and one of those is don't bunch up the vehicles because you might come under attack, in which case you want to have space to maneuver to get off the roads. And so that would also make a reason why it looks that long. It's not quite clear how big this force will be. I've seen a couple of different estimates out there. Obviously, pretty good size, but there's so much logistic stuff obviously rolled into that it's tough to give it a particular designation because it looks reinforced with all logistics going in. I don't know when it's going to be in place. Shouldn't take too long, depending on where it's going. Of course, the other question is, how will the Ukrainians attack it? One thing is, we're seeing this, all right? We see this. You see how they're spread out. They got tactical distance between a lot of the vehicles. We see this, and the Ukrainians are getting intelligence from the United States and NATO. So if we're seeing this now and reporting on it, they have had this for some time. I am presuming that the Ukrainians are attacking it or have come up with plans to attack it. But the other side is, that's not a completely permissive area. You know, when they do a big movement like this, they have anti-air defenses there. They may have some air combat air patrols over that to stop airstrikes on it, or even to intercept drones or something like that. So there's a lot of anti-air capability that they would normally associate in and around a convoy movement like that. So it's not like a wide open thing where you can just go in and hit it. We've gotten kind of used to that, particularly with Afghanistan and Iraq. We got used to, if you saw the bad guys, we could call in air and hit the bad guys. This is not that type of environment. They have a much less permissive air environment. And it's even rather non-permissive towards employment of certain types, or like the Turkish drones. They can go in and fly them in, but they're not necessarily going to get them out if they get targeted. So they're not once they're targeted, they're not necessarily the most survivable platform out there. So there's a lot of challenges in being able to take out a convoy like that.
It'll be interesting to watch. Also, we learned, and we had spoken about this on Friday, but it's been confirmed now, Putin is appointing a new commander to oversee operations in the war in Ukraine. His name, General Alexander Vornikov. He's 60 years old. He's one of Russia's most experienced military officers, but he had a record of brutality when it came to Russian operations in Syria, especially related to civilians in Syria. I believe one of his kind of infamous monikers is the Butcher of Syria. What do we know about him, and will this change the posture on the ground?
Well, he's a brute. Even before Syria, and the Syria stuff was just humanitarian atrocities, one after another, and using of chemical weapons like what we're seeing the reports of Mariupol. But the other thing is, going back even further, when he was in Chechnya, he was known as a brute back then. You know, humanitarian, or basically killing civilians. We're going to see more of the same, is the general assessment that we're going to see with that. However, with that said, this does put a singular commander in charge. Now, the interesting thing about Vornikov is he was one of 3 top generals that were involved over there anyway, and the area of the main effort is where he was already the top general. So if another general had been selected to be in command of Ukraine, of the Russian forces there, it's almost implicit that they would have had to relieve Fornikov for cause, simply because he was the most logical choice. So it's not something that catches anyone by surprise, because if they were going to pick a singular commander, it probably would have been him, and it turns out it was him. And then the other side is, if you look at the killing of civilians, the alleged war crimes, everything else going on, yeah, he's a logical choice in that regard too, because obviously things like the Geneva Convention and other international treaties, and certainly the law of war, don't seem to bother him too much when he makes his plans.
Yeah, of course, U.S. officials, they don't see one man making a difference in Moscow's prospects here with this appointment. But you're right, this has now become centralized. We'll see if it makes any difference. Hal Kemper, we are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about international efforts to outreach to Putin to bring this war to an end. We're also talking about more and more responses from the West, so we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Hal, stick with us.
To Ukraine. He had a chance to thank them for their service to their country, and to wish them the very best as they went back in defense of that country. And it was a good exchange. Speaking of exchanges, I think you saw this morning the Secretary had a chance to meet bilaterally with the Minister of Defense of India, Minister Singh. Exchange of views, as you might expect, on a range of regional security priorities. Quite frankly, everything from what's going on in the Indian Ocean to East and Southeast Asia all the way to Europe. It was a good discussion and a good precursor to the 2+2 ministerial that the Secretary will be attending this afternoon over at the State Department with Secretary Blinken. There'll be a press conference at the end of that, so I'm sure each of the ministers will have a chance to talk to the press about that discussion and progress what we're making in deepening our bilateral relationship with India, and here at the Pentagon, focusing on this defense partnership with India. Finally, in some personnel news, we're excited to welcome Miss Rebecca Hersman. I think she's a familiar name to many of you. She's coming in as the director of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, otherwise known as DTRA, DTRA. As you know, she has previously served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for countering weapons of mass destruction. And of course, we owe our thanks to Dr. Williams, who has been the acting director of DITRA now for the past 15 months. And we're certainly glad to welcome Ms. Hersman back to the Pentagon. I also have a personnel announcement here in public affairs. Today, we welcome Ms. Sabrina Singh, who came over to us from her duties at the White House. She'll be taking over a new position here in OSD Public Affairs called Integrated Campaigns. She's going to basically be helping us do a better job of stitching together all the different vehicles that we have available to us and communicating and making sure we're doing that more effectively and more efficiently. And we're really, really glad to get her here. We've been working for weeks to bring her on board, and we're really excited to have her here. So with that, Bob.
Thank you. John, on Ukraine, can you describe the extent to which you are seeing the Russians shifting their forces from the north to the east, and also to what extent are you seeing any evidence that they are more aggressively going after Ukrainian air defenses in recent days?
Yeah, so again, with the caveat that we don't have perfect visibility into everything that the Russians are doing, we have seen some early indications that they continue to flow the forces that they had in the north of Ukraine around Kiev, particularly in Chernihiv, moving them north into Belarus, and we're starting to see early indications of movement eastward now back into Russia. We still believe that the goal here for them, so they have none of those battalion tactical groups that were arrayed in the north are now in Ukraine. Our assessment is that they've all left. And they're beginning this effort to move them further to the east. We think that they're going to use places like Belgorod and Valiuki, which is to the north of the border with Ukraine, as refit stations, as way stations for them to resupply. We have seen some early indications, Bob, that they are in fact, the Russians are in fact trying to resupply and reinforce their efforts in the Donbass. I think you guys have all seen imagery, I've seen it in some of your outlets, of yet another convoy of vehicles that are heading south towards that town of Isium. We believe that these are the early stages of a reinforcement effort by the Russians in the Donbass. It's not clear to us how many vehicles are in this convoy, what exactly they're bringing. It does seem to be a mix of personnel carrying vehicles as well as armored vehicles and maybe some artillery, maybe some enabling capabilities. Not exactly clear, but this does seem to be an early effort by them to reinforce their efforts in the Donbass.
On the air defense side of things?
Well, I mean, again, without getting into Russian targeting, because we don't have perfect visibility on that, we have seen the Russians hit airfields in the last couple of weeks, including one near Dnipro just over the last day or so. What exactly they're targeting at those fields is not perfectly clear to us. But we, I would just say this about Ukrainian air defense: they still have a lot of their air defense capability available to them. They, as you know, have been asking for more, and so we are working with allies and partners to help get long-range air defense systems into Ukraine, and we're Secretary's working this personally, quite frankly, working with allies and partners to see what they can do. We want to try to get them long-range air defense systems that we know they know how to use and can put into employment fairly quickly. The Ukrainians, again, without getting into their order of battle, they clearly value their short and long-range air defense for good reason, and they're doing a very effective job of using it and marshaling those resources and doing the best they can to protect them, obviously. Idris?
Two quick questions. Earlier today, President Zelensky talked about what he said was the death toll in Mariupol. He said tens of thousands. I know you don't go into numbers, but does that scale sound plausible?
It could be, Idris. We don't know. And I don't think anybody's really going to know until Ukrainian authorities are able to get in there and look and see. It's still being fought over. So it's still contested. It's still contested territory. But if you just look at the imagery and you see how much the Russians have pounded Mariupol from the air, it's inconceivable to imagine that there aren't going to be civilian casualties and that it could be a significant number. But I think we just need to not be jumping to conclusions here while the city is still being fought over.
And secondly, Jake Sullivan over the weekend talked about the new Russian general to sort of lead the war effort. Is that in any way a sign that President Putin has accepted that it's not going well and he sort of needs to readjust in some way, shape, or form?
I don't think Mr. Putin needs many signs that it hasn't been going well for him in Ukraine. I mean, here we are, day 46, and again, you know, he failed to achieve so many of his geographic and strategic objectives inside Ukraine. So they're repositioning, they're refocusing on the Donbass. I'll let them speak to their personnel announcements, but it wouldn't surprise anybody that they're trying to organize themselves better for a now more geographically confined and more specific set of target objectives now in the Donbass specifically and in the south. What I would just hasten to offer is that the Ukrainians have been for 8 years and still are fighting over that. That's still part of Ukraine, and they show no signs of being willing to give that territory up, nor should they. So we'll have to see, you know, how this plays out. But whatever the Russian plans are, whatever their goals for this new commander are, they're still going to have to reckon with a very stiff, very effective, very capable, and quite frankly, I've used this word before, but very nimble Ukrainian defense. Let me go to the phones just a little bit, and we'll just keep working around. Barbara, I think you're online today.
Yeah, hi. I do want to follow up on the general, if I may. He's obviously is someone known to the U.S. military from his operations in Syria and in the destruction of Aleppo. What can you tell people, if anything at all, about his track record in having a disregard for civilian casualties? And then I wanted to follow up on the next round of security assistance, if I may.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to detail his biographic details or his or pretend to think that we know perfectly how this particular general intends to lead. I would say this: he and other senior Russian leaders have shown in the past, and you mentioned Syria as one example, have shown clearly in the past their disregard for avoiding civilian harm, their utter disregard in many ways for the laws of war, laws of armed conflict, and the brutality with which they conduct and prosecute their operations. There's a track record here before Ukraine of Russian brutality, and you've seen it on display every single day of the last 46 days, the brutality that the Russians are capable of. We're seeing it today. As you and I are talking here, you can see it today. So I think, sadly, we can all expect that those same brutal tactics, that same disregard for civilian life and civilian infrastructure will probably continue as they now focus in a more geographically confined area in the Donbass. You heard the chairman talk about this at testimony last week, that it was his assessment, and we believe he's right, that this could augur in for a more protracted and a very bloody next phase here. epicenter of this conflict. And I don't know, I wouldn't pretend to say that we know for certain that this new general is going to be the author of some new additional and more bloody tactics, but we can certainly say by what we've seen in the past that we're probably turning another page in the same book of Russian brutality. And again, I'll say it. I know you get tired of me saying it, but I'll say it again. This war could end today. Mr. Putin could do the right thing now. He could sit down in good faith with President Zelensky immediately, and this war could end. He had diplomatic options on the table. He chose to ignore them, and here we are, day 46. He has not achieved the strategic objectives that he wanted to achieve. This is the perfect opportunity for him to negotiate in good faith with President Zelensky and end the war. Courtney.
Security assistance, if I may. As you shift into the south and the east, as Ukraine shifts into the south and the east in newer heavy round of combat, and you look at security assistance, what's your best thought, the U.S.'s best thoughts about how to get artillery, armor, long-range air defense, all the things that you've said they need for that arena to them when they do not have U.S. versions in their current inventory and they need things quickly that they can take advantage of and use. Can you help people understand the next round of security assistance?
Well, we are working very, very hard every single day to continue to get security assistance to the Ukrainians. I mean, 8 to 10 flights a day are coming into the region, not just from the United States, but from other nations as well. And that stuff isn't sitting around, Barbara. It gets to these transshipment sites. They're put onto trucks, and they're moved into Ukraine very, very quickly. In some cases, stuff coming from the United States takes no more than 4 to 6 days from the time the president authorizes drawdown authority to it gets into the hands of the Ukrainians. That's an incredible rate of speed. And we aren't slowing down. Regardless of the Russian refocus on the Donbass, we're not slowing down. That stuff continues to move. It's going to continue to move. We've said as much as we can, as fast as we can, and we made it. And the reprioritization of the Russians on the east hasn't had an effect on our ability to help coordinate the delivery of massive amounts of security assistance from the United States and other nations into Ukraine. That flow still continues. Courtney.
Sorry, my question's been answered. If you hear me, my question's answered. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Court. Go ahead, Sylvie.
You said that the fighting is continuing in Mariupol, but the pro-Russian troops in this region just said this morning that they took the port, and the Ukrainian army said that are still in Mariupol said that they don't have any more ammunitions. So is it your assessment that Mariupol is falling?
I told you how our assessment as of this morning was that the city was still being fought over. I don't have more up-to-date information than that, and nothing of what you just read out to me necessarily disputes our assessment this morning that it's still being fought over. Yeah.
I'm wondering about what we've seen, like in Bucha, with the possibility that the Russians have executed captives. I'm wondering if there's some concern that this could change international norms or put U.S. troops in some danger in the future, that some other nation may see Russia acting in this way, and that if U.S. troops are taken captive, that they may be treated in the same way. Is there any concern that Russia's actions could, endanger U.S. troops in that way or change the international?
Look, I would just say that our expectations are that prisoners of war are going to be treated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the rule of law. Period. And that's the way it needs to be. And we've been very open about that.
Has there been any developments in, has DoD been helping in any specific way now with the effort to kind of collect the data and look at what the Russians have actually done and maybe charge Russians in the future?
I would just say in general, because we're not going to talk about everything specifically that we're doing as part of the interagency effort here in the United States government, but in general, we'll pitch in and do our part to try to help with the collection of evidence of war crimes being conducted for use in investigative procedures going forward. I mean, we're focused on doing what we can to help document that. It's also fairly transparent for the world to see. The brutality and the war crimes that Russian forces are conducting.
Can you say at all, like, what the DoD has done in any example or anything like satellite imagery or anything like that?
No, I'm not going to get into that. I mean, but we are helping collect the evidence and document things. Some of that will be through open source imagery as well, but I won't go into more detail than that. Yeah.
Today, China's foreign ministry confirmed that it had sent a large supply of military supplies into Serbia over the weekend. They didn't detail exactly what were in the shipments, but that there was multiple shipments, and that they also claimed China is claiming that it had nothing to do with the current situation on the ground in Ukraine. Is that also the U.S. assessment? Is there any fear of what China might be doing here?
We can't confirm those reports. I've seen the press reports, but we're not in a position to confirm the idea that China might be sending systems into Serbia. So it'd be difficult, since I can't confirm it, for me to speculate as to what the purpose might be.
They confirmed it. The Chinese admitted that they were the ones that sent it. I'm just curious, though, is there any concern with them sending weapons into Serbia?
Look, I mean, we would certainly not want to see anything flow in that could be an advantage to the Russians. Okay? Mike.
Yeah, is there still confidence, we'll go back to the India thing, is there still confidence that India can remain a defense partner in the Indo-Pacific region when their actions in regard to Russia and the invasion of Ukraine are so at odds with much of the rest of the world?
Look, I think I said it right at the top, and you'll hear it later this afternoon. We have a strong defense partnership with India, and we are going to continue to look for ways to deepen that defense partnership. India is an important partner in the region, in the Indo-Pacific region, and we're going to continue to look for ways to improve that partnership. India should be able to speak for their own national policies with respect to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. We've been very honest about where we are on this, the actions we're taking and the things that we're doing. But the other things that we're doing are looking for ways to make sure we deepen that partnership with India. David.
How would a Chinese military shipment to Serbia help the Russians?
I'm not saying that it would, David. I'm not confirming it. I'm just saying that if that's the intent, if it's some sort of potential option of getting assistance to Russia, obviously, we would not consider that helpful. But I'm not confirming that it happened, and I'm not, as I said before, I'm not confirming what their intent is.
Have you seen any evidence that China has provided any support, any military support for Russia and Ukraine?
No. Let's see, Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. The Defense Department says it has shipped hundreds of Switchblade drones to Ukraine. Is it possible to get a rough number, 200, 300?
Leave it at hundreds, Jeff.
How many hundreds?
It says hundreds have been committed. That doesn't necessarily mean hundreds have been shipped. We know that 100 have been shipped, and they are in the region. Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. So I know that you said that the senior defense official earlier said there was no maritime updates, but I was wondering if you have any information about the dozens of naval ships in the Black Sea, and if there's any anti-mining activities going on near Odessa.
I don't know of any anti-mining activities near Odessa. We know that that there have been mines in the waters off Odessa. But I'm not sure of any anti-mining efforts. I think you're probably talking about Russian mine sweeping, and I can't read out Russian naval activity with any great level of specificity. They still have roughly a couple of dozen or so ships in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. We think a large part of their focus is replenishment and resupply. Again, that follows suit to what we've been talking about coming out of the north, this yet another convoy. But we also think that from the south, they want to use some of their naval vessels to help resupply and restock their forces in the south, to the south of the Donbass. Yes?
Sorry if I missed this. Is there any attribution on the strike in Syria the other day?
No, not yet.
Is that something that you expect to have at some point?
I think at some point we'll probably be able to get into more detail on that, Gordon, but we're still working with our Iraqi partners on that. No specific attribution. I mean, these things are of a piece, though, of the kinds of activities we've seen out of militia groups in the past, militia groups that are backed by Iran, but I don't want to get ahead of where the investigation is. Mike.
Hey, can you confirm the journalist report that the USAR commander is going to be the next SAC here in NATO?
I have no personnel announcements to speak to or decisions to speak to today. Okay, thanks everybody.
This was what so many people were talking about over the weekend. Of course, we learned that Elon Musk, the founder of both SpaceX and Tesla, will not sit on the board of directors at Twitter. He's a critic of Twitter's free speech policies, we know. Recently, he purchased more than 9% of Twitter shares, making him the largest single Twitter shareholder. Musk will be a board contingent upon approval. Twitter says Musk's best role is as a fiduciary to protect Twitter financial and business interests. Joining me now to discuss all of this is former federal prosecutor Doug Burns, a friend of the program. Doug, so good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. So we now know Elon Musk is the largest shareholder in Twitter, but he's not going to be sitting on the board. They offered him a board seat. He declined. Corporate kind of responsibility-wise, what does that say? Does this give Musk, more leeway to speak his mind about Twitter now?
Yeah, no, it's extremely interesting, Andrew, because here's what happened, kind of piecing it together like Sherlock Holmes would. He bought 9.2% of the stock. By the way, quick footnote, he was supposed to make a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission, right, under Section 13 of the Exchange Act, right, not to get too much in the weeds. If you acquire 5%, you're supposed to disclose that. So that's quite interesting. And there'll be some follow-up about that because he is required to do that. But getting past that, he acquires 9.2%, and then they embrace him. He's a wonderful fiduciary and we want him on the board. And I'm smiling because they said, if you join the board, you cannot buy more than 14.9% of the stock, to which he said, thank you, but no thank you. And it sets up a really interesting situation, starting to bring terms like hostile takeover into play, you know, and what's really going on. But again, for simplicity value, keep it simple. Basically, the board seat came along with a limitation of 14.9% of the stock that he could acquire, and he said nothing doing, which frees him up to buy more of the stock, is the point.
Yeah, of course. I think there are two kind of things happening here. We're kind of led to believe that he, refused to sit on the board in order to be more outspoken on Twitter himself, talking about, Twitter's perceived, lack of freedom of speech. But there, of course, is what you were just mentioning, kind of underlying all of that. So it's kind of, what is beating each other out here. But that is so interesting because activist investor, that's what everyone is talking about. If he, were precluded from buying even more percentage of shares of Twitter, essentially taking over, having a majority share in the company, that would be quite something. I want to read this interesting quote from the New York Times article, Doug, about this from Jason Goldman. He was on Twitter's founding team, and he served on its board of directors previously. Right. He says, Twitter has always suffered more than its fair share of dysfunction, but at least we weren't being actively trolled by prospective board members using the product we created, because we saw these tweets from Musk all over the weekend kind of trolling Twitter.
Well, it's really interesting because I love the way you broke it down into two different ways to look at this, because that's really the key, Andrew. And the point is, one, a couple of experts I spoke to were saying, it's either A, he wants, a bigger platform for himself, to have more visibility and so forth. Two, it's actually, I'm going to break it into three, two is to obviously take over, a bigger stake in the platform. And then three is that he has been described, as an enigmatic free speech absolutist, and you look at the history of Twitter, labeling things as misinformation, taking people down and suspending them. So it's either A, he wants a bigger platform, B, he's upset with the free speech stuff and wants to do something about it, which actually tracks into number three, which is if he does become, the largest owner or even majority owner, he could start making an impact on Twitter. But in all humility, I don't think it's clear which one of those formulations is really going on, back to the way you set it up.
Yeah, and just, Doug, for our viewers, I want to put up the tweet from the CEO of Twitter, Parag Agrawal. He tweeted the announcement today saying, Elon has decided not to join our board. I sent a brief note to the company sharing with you all here. I'm just going to read that in part. I know it's a little bit difficult to read for our viewers. Agrawal says, Team Elon Musk has decided not to join our board. Here's what I can share about what happened. The board and I had many discussions about Elon joining the board, and with Elon directly, we were excited to collaborate and clear about the risks. We also believe that having Elon as a fiduciary of the company, where he, like all board members, has to act in the best interests of the company and all our shareholders, was the best path forward. The board offered him a seat. And then he goes on to say, there will be distractions ahead, but our goals and priorities remain unchanged. Let's tune out the noise and stay focused on the work and what we're building. Of course, there is a lot of noise because Elon Musk, Doug, took to Twitter over the weekend. He liked specific tweets. He liked a tweet today that said, let me break this down for you. Elon became largest shareholder for free speech. Elon was told to play nice and not speak freely. So it seems like the board kind of got out of really a headache maybe with Elon Musk. And so it doesn't seem like there are any really aggrieved parties here.
Well, yes and no in terms of getting out of a headache, because again, they, not to be a broken record, they did want to lock him into that 14.9, ceiling that he couldn't exceed. But I think, you're making sort of a larger separate point, which is, had they brought him in to the fold, so to speak, on the board of directors with a seat on the board, it's a much different dynamic, obviously, than if he's just out there. I think it's a fascinating story because it's almost impossible to predict, what's going to take place because there are so many different moving parts. In other words, is he criticizing this company now that he now has a huge stake in? Does he want to be part of management or not? Does he want to be more of an outsider and a pariah? And then again, just from my sort of corporate law knowledge, what does it look like in terms of him trying to acquire a huge stake? There are some corporate law in the weeds points. In other words, they have a staggered board. It's called simple English for the viewers. That makes it harder for somebody because the board members don't come up all at the same time for re-election. Makes it harder in terms of a takeover. They may have different classes of stock, which is very common, where different classes have different levels of voting rights. It starts getting a little complicated in terms of corporate law. But the reason I'm mentioning this is I think in the next week or so, you'll start seeing some people digging into, well, wait a minute, how are the Twitter shares set up? How is the board voting set up in terms of a staggered board? Is there what's called, by the way, a poison pill, which again, simple English means shareholders have the right to buy more shares when somebody's acquiring a bigger stake. That was actually invented by a very famous lawyer who's still alive, Martin Lipton from the Wachtell Lipton law firm, again, as anti-takeover, because you have to remember the history of this. When you had Carl Icahn and T. Boone Pickens and all of the so-called corporate raiders, very smart people put in place some defensive measures to combat those type of takeovers. So again, I'm not so sure, in all humility, that we're really in that zone of a corporate takeover or a hostile takeover, but it's something that you have to discuss. I think the zone is more the way you teed it up, which is free speech, his view of Twitter in general, and then my formulation, well, wait a minute, is he part of it or is he an antagonist from outside? I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, and of course, it seemed from that statement put out by the CEO of Twitter that, they were very clear. They were going to, essentially, they said that, if Elon Musk does join the board, which he declined, that he's not going to be permitted, special favors or kind of exceptions just because he's Elon Musk. That's just not how that's not how corporate governance works.
No, that's interesting, obviously. But again, I think there's some trepidation, some angst, about what's going on, obviously. This guy is a bit of a loose cannon, obviously. He's in the media all the time, every single day. One of the, if not the richest people in the world and all of that. Incredibly successful businessman with SpaceX and Tesla. And so now he jumps into the fray, acquiring almost, 1/10 of the company. Then they're talking about him being on the board, which would limit him. That didn't happen, so now he's not limited in what he can do, and I think it's just a fascinating story, again.
It totally is. There was also talk that he could, maybe change up the revenue formulation from kind of ad-based to a subscription-based model. So he did have some ideas, of course, and now we won't really know what those are. Still one of the largest shareholders there in Twitter. Doug Burns, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk again.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Johnny Depp's $50 million lawsuit began in Virginia this morning with jury selection. 7 jurors and 4 alternates were picked to hear the case. Depp claims his ex-wife defamed him by writing a 2018 article describing herself as a victim of domestic violence. Amber Heard, you saw her get out of the car right there, is countersuing Depp for $100 million, alleging he assaulted her on nearly a dozen occasions throughout their relationship. Opening statements begin tomorrow morning. To break all of this down, I want to bring in legal analyst Randy Zelen. Randy, thanks for being with us. To start off the week here, this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be a he said, she said situation. Defamation suits like this, how hard are they to prove?
They're difficult, and they're even more difficult in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The Commonwealth is historically known as very friendly to protecting one's reputation. It's actually written in the Virginia Constitution, where it talks about, we understand that there is a right to free speech, but we really need to balance that against protecting someone's reputation. In fact, Ms. Heard has argued that that's exactly why Mr. Depp brought the action in Fairfax, Virginia, where neither of them reside, as opposed to in California. And it's for that very reason, of course, Mr. Depp will argue, no, I had a right to bring it in Fairfax because the the Washington Post, where the article was published, they run their servers out of Fairfax. So therefore, Fairfax was a perfectly appropriate place to hold the trial.
So you're saying the fact that it's in Virginia is going to play a massive role in all of this?
It certainly, at least Mr. Depp will hope that it plays to his advantage, because again, Virginia is historically known as a reputation-friendly place to litigate. It is no accident that he brought this action in Fairfax County, where again, neither one of them really have any connection to, and it's only the Washington Post servers. And keep in mind the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard published, what she said, the statements were published in a Washington Post op-ed piece. So again, the venue where the trial is being held is established in Fairfax, Virginia, because the Washington Post servers are operated out of Fairfax, Virginia.
So let's talk specifics of this case. What is Heard alleging and what is Depp alleging here?
Well, working backwards, what Mr. Depp is alleging that Ms. Heard published an actionable statement in the Washington Post. An actionable statement is one that is both false and defamatory. Something is false where it is capable of being proven true or false, and a statement that is defamatory is a statement that holds someone up to ridicule or scorn, lowers their reputation in the eyes of the community, and causes them damage. What Ms. Heard is counter-alleging is that Mr. Depp instructed his lawyers to say equally very bad things about her. So therefore, he is alleging that she defamed him by alleging that he is an abuser and that she was the victim of domestic violence. And essentially, she's counterclaiming that, hey, wait a minute, you called me all of these terrible things. I'm a liar, I'm this, that, I'm the other. What I said was the truth.
Yeah, and like we said in the beginning, this is going to be kind of a he said, she said situation. A lot of these instances are behind closed doors with not a ton of evidence from what we can see right now. Of course, a lot of that will be presented inside of the courtroom, which cameras are going to be allowed. And there's going to be a few celebrities that take the stand too, from what we're hearing.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting point that you raised, because it's actually the celebrity angle that both sides hope to elevate this beyond the he said, she said. So for example, one might say, what does Elon Musk have to do with this trial? Well, apparently Mr. Musk and Ms. Heard were involved in a romantic relationship. So Ms. Heard is hoping that Mr. Musk can be called as a witness to corroborate things that she said to him. Now, well, you may say, wait a second, that can't come in. That is hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement that's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and that's not fair. But quite frankly, the argument is, well, wait a minute, it's reliable because if she said it close in time to what she's reporting, that's where we get something called recent outcry. Or let's say she was upset about something, that's called an excited utterance. Again, there is a degree of reliability to that statement where the law says, she really wouldn't have time to have made that up to tailor what it is that she's trying to do. So that testimony could come in. Other celebrities are going to be called, like James Franco, probably for the same reason, to say, I was in a relationship with her. I saw the text messages. I saw her reaction. She said things to me in a moment where there is a degree of reliability to me being able to recount for the jury what she said to me.
So they might be utilized to back their stories here. This isn't Johnny Depp's first rodeo when it comes to lawsuits. He has filed in the past in London. How is this one going to be different, though?
Well, that also is a great question, because one would think, hey, wait a minute, Johnny, didn't you lose in the UK? Didn't the judge actually go on record and say that I believe Ms. Heard and what she said and the things that she alleged that you did to her? I believe her. So you would think, wait a second, how could you possibly be going to trial now? Well, the judge in Virginia went out of her way to say, wait a second. The standards, the burden of proof, the way things are done in the UK are entirely different from the way they're done in the United States. So therefore, we're not going to give any effect. We're not going to give any weight. It's not going to have anything binding on us here in the United States. But it really is fascinating to know that a judge, when Mr. Depp sued the Sun in the United Kingdom alleging defamation based upon saying things and recounting what Ms. Heard had said, that the judge in the UK said, nope, you lose, Mr. Depp. I believe her.
Yeah, it'll be really something to watch, all this shaking out here. It's impossible to ignore the fact that he has lost work, though. He alleges that he didn't get future jobs with Pirates of the Caribbean and other gigs, too. So what are your thoughts about that moving into this trial?
Well, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's another great question, because it's almost like if you ever watch one of those cooking shows where you watch someone cook a sandwich and then they break it open and there are so many layers to it that you didn't even realize would be in there. There are so many layers to this case. You have this notion of, again, the UK trial and whether any of the jurors know that, in fact, Mr. Depp lost in the UK, and a judge said, no, I believe what she's saying. You have the celebrity angle and these celebrities coming in and saying, well, she told me this, or I saw the text message, or I saw her crying and I asked her what happened and she told me. And then you have Mr. Depp saying all the work that I've lost. But wait a second, how are you helping yourself? Because if, God forbid, the jury determines that there's any truth to what Ms. Heard has alleged, then you're really done. So aren't you just running a grave risk of even more attention to something that basically happened in 2018? It's over and done with. Why don't you kind of try to move on from your life instead of bringing this back into the spotlight, where it really is going to become a media circus? And let's not forget something else. Ms. Heard actually never used Mr. Depp's name in this op-ed piece. And remember what an op-ed piece is. It's opposite the editorial section. At its very essence, it is an opinion piece. It is her opinion. So it was her opinion where she never actually used the name Johnny Depp.
Right. And it does somewhat set a precedent moving forward as to what you can write in op-eds and what people can say about their relationships, especially celebrities. There's so much speculation and so much talk surrounding what is going on. I really think that this is going to have a huge impact on Hollywood and celebrities alike. Expectations going into this trial, Randy?
My sense of it is, if I were a betting man, I would not have my money on Mr. Depp.
Well, there's a lot of money on the line, $50 million from Depp, a countersuit of $100 million. So a lot going on here, and we'll be watching it every step of the way. Randy Zelen, thanks so much for joining us here on the show. We'll definitely be speaking with you soon about this.
Thank you for having me.
I visited New Delhi in July. This meeting today marked the fourth U.S.-India 2+2 ministerial dialogue. It built upon the productive meeting last September between Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, as well as the conversation that they had by video today, and on the strong partnership our two countries have developed across nearly 75 years of diplomatic relations. As the world's largest democracy and oldest democracy, we work together every day to deliver opportunity, security, freedom, and dignity to our peoples. We're working closely to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Scientists and institutions across our countries are developing and producing safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines together. We're working through the Quad Vaccine Partnership with our colleagues in Australia and Japan to make these vaccines available throughout the Indo-Pacific. As of today, Quad partners have collectively provided more than 500 million vaccine doses. We're rapidly expanding production to make more at the Biological E facility in India. We're standing together for our shared commitment to uphold a free, rules-based international order that safeguards sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Today, we reaffirmed our commitment to promoting regional stability, the rule of law, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and to expanding our strategic partnership with ASEAN. Russia's war against Ukraine is an attack on Ukraine's people. It's also an attack on that rules-based order that we both adhere to and defend. The United States will continue to increase our support to the government and people of Ukraine and call on other nations to do the same, just as we call on all nations to condemn Moscow's increasingly brutal actions. Russia's aggression stands in stark contrast to the vision that the United States and India share for a free and open Indo-Pacific. And Russia's actions are having a profound impact not just in Europe and in Ukraine, but around the world. For example, causing food insecurity and rising prices. Ukraine's farmers have been forced to flee or to fight as Russian troops intentionally destroy farmland and equipment and prevent Ukraine from exporting their wheat through Black Sea ports. Our countries are working together to try to bring more food to world markets as well as to the World Food Program. And the United States is also focused on securing more funding for the World Food Program and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and producing more fertilizer so that we can help others sustain crop yields in the future. We also discussed our goal of driving inclusive economic growth, both for our countries and across the region. India and the United States already trade to the tune of more than $150 billion each year. But we're deepening that relationship by restarting the U.S.-India commercial dialogue and the U.S.-India CEO Forum later this year, where our private sector partners can offer recommendations to strengthen even more our trade and investment relationship. In the video meeting that they held earlier today, Prime Minister Modi welcomed President Biden's Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Initiative. It can allow us to increase our collaboration across more issues, including digital trade, supply chain resilience, infrastructure, and tax policy. And our countries are working together to tackle the climate crisis. The United States is supporting India's ambitious COP26 clean energy commitments by investing in renewable energy projects and mobilizing private sector financing. We also share a commitment to our democratic values, such as protecting human rights. We regularly engage with our Indian partners on these shared values, and to that end, we're monitoring some recent concerning developments in India, including a rise in human rights abuses by some government, police, and prison officials. In addition to all of these critical issues, I'm pleased that we're increasing cooperation in a number of other key areas, which we focused on today. We're deepening our defense ties, which I know Secretary Austin will speak to. We're expanding our cooperation on development around the world, particularly in Asia and Africa, by working together to carry out disaster relief as well as clean energy and climate-smart agricultural projects. And we're increasing people-to-people ties, which are really at the heart of the entire relationship. We're very lucky in the United States to be home to some 4 million Indian Americans, as well as 200,000 Indians studying in our universities. We have a working group on education and skill training that we formed today that will increase that number by bringing institutions in the United States and India together to develop new joint research and exchange programs. We look forward to welcoming more Indian students and scholars into our communities. We're focusing, among other things, on STEM education. I think this is an area of tremendous potential going forward. Let me just say in conclusion that Very soon after our countries established diplomatic relations some 75 years ago, Prime Minister Nehru came to visit the United States. President Truman met him on the tarmac of the airport. And Prime Minister Nehru noted the importance of the moment, saying, and I quote, "I trust that these two republics of the Western world and the Eastern world will find many ways of working together in friendly and fruitful cooperation to our mutual advantage and for the good of humanity." So, for nearly 75 years, we've done just that. And I'm grateful to our partners for making it possible for that friendly and fruitful cooperation to continue and to deepen. And with that, I hand it over to Foreign Minister Jaishankar. Or are we going to Lloyd? Sorry, let me go to Lloyd first.
Thanks, Secretary Blinken. Well, Secretary Blinken, Minister Singh, Minister Jaishankar, it's great to be here with you for this fourth U.S.-India 2+2 ministerial dialogue. As my friend Secretary Blinken has rightly noted, we're meeting at an important moment in our partnership. It's been nearly 2 decades since we signed our first bilateral defense framework, and our partnership has grown immensely ever since. Today's meeting shows that we're working together to build one of the most consequential partnerships of our time. We've made important commitments today that will drive technological innovation and cooperation in emerging defense domains, including space and cyberspace. For example, we're committed to launching new defense space exchanges later this year between our Space Command and India's Defense Space Agency. And I'm pleased to announce that just a few moments ago, we signed a bilateral space situational awareness arrangement. And this will support greater information sharing and cooperation in space. We're also deepening our cooperation in cyberspace, including through training and exercises later this year. And we're expanding our information sharing partnership across all warfighting domains. And meanwhile, our defense trade and technology cooperation continues to grow. We recently concluded an agreement to work together on air-launched unmanned aerial vehicles through our Defense Technology and Trade Initiative. And today we agreed to launch new supply chain cooperation measures that will let us more swiftly support each other's priority defense requirements. India continues to acquire key U.S. defense platforms, and that is forging important new ties between our defense industrial bases. We're doing all this because the United States supports India as a defense industry leader in the Indo-Pacific and a net provider of security in the region. And we all understand the challenges that we face there. The People's Republic of China is seeking to refashion the region and the international system more broadly in ways that serve its interests. And so I'm pleased that we've identified new opportunities to extend the operational reach of our militaries and to coordinate more closely together across the expanse of the Indo-Pacific. We welcome the Indian Navy's decision to join the Combined Maritime Forces Bahrain. And we've also committed to more high-end exercises together. Last summer, the Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group conducted the first ever combined anti-submarine warfare and air exercise with the Indian Navy and Air Force. And we're looking forward to more of this sort of cooperation as we expand the scope and the complexity of Tiger Triumph, which is our annual major tri-service exercise. And finally, we made commitments today to reinforce our ties with like-minded countries, including Japan, Australia, and our European allies and partners. Take, for example, the Quad's newly launched Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Mechanism, which will bring together our defense and civilian disaster relief agencies to ensure that the Indo-Pacific is better prepared for future crises. Now, as two of the world's largest democracies, the United States and India are linked by more than our common interests. We're bound by our shared values and commitments, including ensuring that the Indo-Pacific stays on a path defined by the rule of law and freedom of the seas and respect for territorial integrity of sovereign states. Today's 2+2 ministerial reflects our deep commitment to maintaining open channels of communication on a range of challenging issues. As strategic threats converge, especially following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it is more important than ever that we stand together to defend our shared values and to preserve the international rules-based order. And so I believe that the investments that we've made together today will help to ensure that our shared vision of a secure, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region thrives in the decades ahead. Ministers, thank you for your partnership and for your leadership as we work together to build that future. It's great to have you with us, here with us, so thank you very much.
Now to Minister Singh.
Yeah. Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, Dr. Jaishankar ji, members of press, ladies and gentlemen. मैं सेक्रेटरीज और उनके डेलीगेशन और उनके स्टाफ के साथ जो हमारे बेहतरीन इंटरेक्शंस हुए हैं उसके लिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं उन्हें तहे दिल से हमारे बाइलेटरल रिलेशंस को लेकर कमिटमेंट के लिए भी मैं उनकी अपनी तरफ से सराहना करता हूं। विगत वर्षों में हमारे डिफेंस रिलेशनशिप की बढ़ोतरी स्केल और स्कोप दोनों में हुई है। आज हमारी काफ़ी मीनिंगफुल बातचीत हुई है। ये इंडिया यूएस संबंधों को मोमेंटम को बनाए रखने में और उसको आगे ले जाने में भी यह काफ़ी सहायक सिद्ध होगी। हमारे दोनों देशों के कॉमन और कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री इंटरेस्ट हैं और शेयर्ड गोल्स को अचीव करने के लिए शेयर्ड विल भी है। हमने आज बाइलेटरल, डिफेंस और ग्लोबल इश्यूज के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर बहुत ही गंभीरतापूर्वक विचार किया है। ये बहुत खुशी की बात है कि विश्व की दो सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसीज के रूप में हमारे व्यूज लगभग सारे विषयों पर कन्वर्ज करते हैं। भारत और यूएस दोनों एक फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और रूल्स बेस्ड ऑर्डर कॉमन विजन को शेयर करते हैं। हमारी पार्टनरशिप इंडो पैसिफिक और इंडिया ओशन रीजन में शांति, स्थिरता और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। मीटिंग के दौरान हमने हमारे पड़ोस और इंडिया ओशन रीजन के हमारे असेसमेंट्स को भी शेयर किया है। इस बातचीत के दौरान आतंकवाद को भारत के खिलाफ बतौर इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ स्टेट क्राफ्ट उपयोग करने की भी चर्चा कई बार हुई है। हमारे विस्तृत इंगेजमेंट से काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण नतीजे सामने आए हैं। इनमें से कुछ इस प्रकार हैं जिनकी मैं यहाँ चर्चा करना चाहूँगा। इंडिया का डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्पेस और यूएसए का डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस के बीच स्पेस सिचुएशनल अवेयरनेस एग्रीमेंट यह भी संपन्न हुआ है। आने वाले समय में डिफेंस स्पेस और डिफेंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डायलॉग्स के बारे में एग्रीमेंट। तीसरा, कई अन्य इनिशिएटिव्स और एग्रीमेंट्स जो कि डिस्कशन फेज में हैं, उनमें सार्थक प्रगति हमारी मिलिट्री इंगेजमेंट्स के स्कोप और डेप्थ को और बढ़ाने को लेकर हुई है और इस पर हमारी सहमति भी बनी है। पैंडेमिक के बावजूद हमारे मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री में भी काफ़ी बढ़ोतरी हुई है और हमें इस बात की बेहद खुशी है कि भारत ने बहरीन में स्थित मल्टीलेटरल कंबाइंड मैरीटाइम फोर्स को एसोसिएट पार्टनर के रूप में ज्वाइन किया है। ये हमारे पश्चिमी इंडियन ओशन में रीजनल सिक्योरिटी कोऑपरेशन को ये मजबूत बनाएंगे। हम काम कासा के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और बेका के प्रभावी ऑपरेशनलाइजेशन की दिशा में भी प्रगतिशील हैं। हमने रक्षा, साइबर, डिफेंस साइबर और स्पेशल फोर्सेस की फील्ड में और सहयोग बढ़ाने की भी बात की है। हमने लिमोआ और एचएडीआर के अंतर्गत ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज में लॉजिस्टिक्स कोऑपरेशन के स्कोप को एक्सपेंड करने के लिए भी बात की है। हम दोनों पक्ष हमारी स्पेशल ऑपरेशन फोर्सेस के क्लोजर इंगेजमेंट की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ने के प्रति पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं। हमने डिफेंस ट्रेड एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इनिशिएटिव में स्पीडी डिसीजन और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए प्रोसेस और प्रोक्योरमेंट्स रिव्यू करने का भी निर्णय किया है। मैंने अमेरिकन कंपनीज को डिफेंस, एरोस्पेस और मेक फॉर इंडिया एंड द वर्ल्ड प्रोग्राम के लिए भी आमंत्रित किया है। हम यूएस कंपनीज के साथ को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन प्रपोज करते हैं। हमने यूएस डिफेंस कंपनीज को यूपी और तमिलनाडु के डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर में और इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए भी अनुरोध किया है। पैंडेमिक के मुश्किल समय में यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स की सरकार ने हमें काफ़ी सहयोग दिया था। हम इस अवसर पर अपनी डीप एप्रिसिएशन को भी व्यक्त करते हैं और इस सिलसिले में सेक्रेटरी ऑस्टिन और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन की लीडरशिप को भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। आज की डिफेंस बाइलेटरल मीटिंग एवं 2+2 मीटिंग भारत और यूएस के बीच स्ट्रेटेजिक डिफेंस एंगेजमेंट को मजबूत करने के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और ये हमें और एरियाज ऑफ म्यूचुअल इंटरेस्ट के साथ में बेहतर काम करने के लिए और समर्थ बनाएगा। हमारा बढ़ता सहयोग ग्लोबल कॉमन्स को फ्रीली एक्सेस कराने के लिए और शांति और सुरक्षा को बनाए रखने के लिए भी यह महत्वपूर्ण होगा। मैं एक बार फिर से सेक्रेटरी ऑस्टिन और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन को उनकी गर्मजोशी और इंडिया यूएस पार्टनरशिप को और बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग देने के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। हमने दोनों सेक्रेटरीज को म्यूचुअली कन्वीनियंट टाइम पर अगले 2+2 मिनिस्ट्रियल डायलॉग के लिए भी आमंत्रित किया है। धन्यवाद।
Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh Ji, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you at the conclusion of a productive and substantive 2+2 ministerial today. Earlier in the day, we participated in the virtual summit of our leaders, and we also met departmentally. These meetings are taking place at a time when the global order is facing multiple challenges and stresses. Obviously, a good part of my meeting with Secretary Blinken in the morning went to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine that has many ramifications. Even countries far away are worrying about energy security, food security, commodities prices, and logistics disruption. Now, this comes on top of the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, with which the world has been struggling for the last 2 years. Quite apart from public health concerns and its economic impact, this has raised awareness about the need for reliable and resilient supply chains. Autonomously, the nature of globalization and the usage of technology has brought to fore concerns of trust and transparency. How to ensure a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific was also on our agenda today. We spoke of developments in and around Afghanistan that have made their ripples felt well beyond. Our conversations also covered recent happenings in the Indian subcontinent. Strategic partnerships like those between India and the United States are built through shared interests, common values, and constant nurturing. It is natural that each of us will bring to the relationship our particular perspectives, experiences, and priorities. But when there is a mutual appreciation of the significance of our ties, there is also a desire to better understand each other's thinking. Our dialogue today, I believe, has helped in that regard. The report card of our bilateral cooperation is an impressive one. Defense Minister has already spoken of the great strides made in the field of defense and security. We also partner closely in counterterrorism and maritime security, making the world a much safer place. The integrated perspective that we brought to bear in this 2+2 format only underlines the gains made in different domains in recent times. The economic side of the story is particularly significant. Both trade and investment are steadily growing. We have had discussions today on both of them, as also on connectivity, infrastructure, digital issues, climate action, and energy. Our shared activities in space, science and technology, and health are also noteworthy. We see our cooperation as having a larger relevance for the Indo-Pacific. The bedrock of our relationship, as you would all agree, is its human element. It could be the students who come to universities, the flow of talent that defines our knowledge partnership, or indeed the technology and business relationships which promote innovation. They're all examples of the human bridge that connects our societies so uniquely. I look forward to highlighting this aspect tomorrow at an event in Harvard University, where I would have the pleasure of speaking along with Secretary Blinken. In a changing world, India-US ties have not only kept pace, but actually emerged as a major contributor to global peace, stability, and prosperity. This is not just the weight of our expanding partnership, but also the impact it makes on addressing global issues. Our vaccine cooperation can enhance its affordability and accessibility. Our B2B and G2G dealings can contribute to better connectivity and reliable supply chains. Our climate collaboration is underlined by the United States joining the International Solar Alliance and co-chairing the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Challenges in the Indo-Pacific have also been a particular focus of our discussions. We appreciate the attention and energy devoted by the United States to the Quad. Its elevation and intensification in the last year benefits the entire Indo-Pacific. Indeed, the Quad has emerged as a powerful force of global good. So let me sum up our discussions in 3 broad points. 1, it has helped us today to strategize on mitigating the volatility and unpredictability that the world is currently experiencing. That will be naturally reflected in our policies. 2, it has encouraged us to think together on long-term challenges, especially in the Indo-Pacific. And 3, it has energized our collaborative endeavors to build what is emerging as a key bilateral relationship of our times. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We'll take 4 questions, alternating 2 questions per delegation. We'll start with Rosalind Jordan of Al Jazeera English.
Ministers, secretaries, thank you. Keeping in mind that all 4 of you have talked about the deep friendship and alliance between the U.S. and India, I have several questions. First, for Secretary Blinken, isn't it problematic that after 48 days of war that India has yet to condemn Russia's invasion? What more can the U.S. do to persuade India to make what some would argue is a symbolic step, but still a critical one? And there are a number of reports suggesting that Moscow and Delhi are trying to work out some sort of currency exchange for future energy purchases. Did you tell Secretary Jaishankar that these could risk violations of not just current sanctions, but also risk violating CAATSA? Secretary Austin, this is a larger policy question. Has the U.S. missed an opportunity in the past 17 years since the beginning of this strategic partnership to replace Moscow as Delhi's choice for weapons, for military materiel, not just the training and the robust partnership that we see in the military sphere? And finally, for the ministers Jaishankar and Singh, why not condemn Russia's invasion? Wouldn't this best reflect India's foreign policy goals and international standing? And what is the leverage that the Indian government has to persuade Vladimir Putin that the carnage that we are seeing every day simply must not stop, that it's not helping the Ukrainian people, and that it's not helping the Russian people? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm happy to start. I applaud the multi-part, multi-person question. A few things. First, I should note, before getting into the specifics of the question, that Prime Minister Modi, President Biden had a very warm and productive conversation today in their virtual summit. Covered a lot of ground, including some of the things that we mentioned: COVID-19, climate, strengthening the global economy, a free and open Indo-Pacific that we both aspire to. On Russia-Ukraine, they talked about ways of mitigating the profound impact that this is having on global food supplies and prices, commodity markets, and working together to achieve that. I would note, India has made very strong statements in New York at the UN, the minister before the Indian Parliament, condemning the killing of civilians in Ukraine, calling for an independent investigation of these atrocities. And I would also note that India is providing significant humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine, notably medicines, which are very necessary and in real demand. India has to make its own decisions about how it approaches this challenge. We, as a general proposition, are consulting with all of our allies and partners on the consequences of Putin's war, the atrocities being committed against the people of Ukraine. In our judgment, it is important that all countries, especially those with leverage, press Putin to end the war. And it's also important that democracies stand together and speak with one voice to defend the values that we share. And we do share profoundly the values of freedom, openness, independence, sovereignty, and those values need to apply everywhere. India's relationship with Russia was developed over decades at a time when the United States was not able to be a partner to India. Times have changed. Today, we are able and willing to be a partner of choice with India across virtually every realm: commerce, technology, education, and security. And that was very much the nature of the conversation that we had today. When it comes to oil purchases, sanctions, et cetera, I just note that there are carve-outs for energy purchases. Of course, we're encouraging countries not to purchase additional energy supplies from Russia. Every country is differently situated, has different needs, requirements, but we're looking to allies and partners not to increase their purchases of Russian energy.
Well, thanks, Roz. Regarding missed opportunities, of course, I can't say much about policy decisions that were made before my time. But what I can tell you is that President Biden truly values strong alliances and partnerships like the one that we have with India. And that's really what today is all about. It's about taking a strong relationship and making it even stronger, and working on those things that create interoperability and allow us to work together to promote the things that all of us have talked about. The issue of values is central to this relationship, and we'll continue to work to strengthen what's a very strong relationship, and so that we don't miss any opportunities going forward. So, thanks.
I think I'll probably answer for both of us. First of all, thank you for the advice and suggestions in your question. I prefer to do it my way and articulate it my way. Now, as Secretary Blinken has pointed out, we have made a number of statements which outline our position in the UN, in our parliament, and in other forums. And briefly, what those positions state is that we are against the conflict. We are for dialogue and diplomacy. We are for urgent cessation of violence. And we are prepared to contribute in whatever way to these objectives. I noticed you refer to oil purchases. If you are looking at energy purchases from Russia, I would suggest that your attention should be focused on Europe, which probably we do buy some energy which is necessary for our energy security. But I suspect, looking at the figures, probably our our total purchases for the month would be less than what Europe does in an afternoon. So you might want to think about it.
We'll turn to Lalit Jha, Press Trust of India.
India being a tough neighborhood, seeking to diversify its
do I need to repeat? Okay. Mr. Jaishankar, in your remarks, my second question is to Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin. India, being in a tough neighborhood, is seeking to diversify its energy and military needs. As Prime Minister Modi says, the final goal is Atmanirbhar Bharat, which also means self-reliant India, and this includes energy independence. You know, US has played a key role in India getting food security through Green Revolution. In that context, my question to both of you is, what the United States is offering to help India achieve this goal in the field of both energy and military? Thank you.
So if I could respond to the first question. What are we doing to mitigate volatility and unpredictability that the world is currently experiencing? Well, let me start, there are a number of things which are happening in the world. Let me start with the Ukraine situation. I think part of what we are doing is to press for a cessation of hostilities, which I think everybody would agree would mitigate matters and clearly make the world less unpredictable. We're also addressing the humanitarian situation. In fact, we have, the Ukrainians have been in touch with us especially for the supply of medicines. We have already provided humanitarian relief to Ukraine, to some of the neighbors, and even as we speak, a shipment of medicines is being delivered or will be delivered very soon to Kiev. We have discussed the economic consequences as well. I mean, we are looking at it ourselves, but we've discussed it as partners. I think a big concern we have, and not just we, I think the world has, is of energy security, of rising prices, of increasing premiums, of limited supplies. So today you have to understand it is a legitimate concern of countries to ensure their energy security. But an equally big worry, which is emerging, is of food security. There are concerns across geographies of societies who are importing wheat or sugar or other foodstuff out of the conflict region. So we have discussed today, not just us, but I think the subject also came up in the virtual summit between Prime Minister Modi and President Biden about what could India do to stabilize the global economic situation. And we are quite willing, and in fact we've already started responding to the need for greater food supplies, especially wheat most of all, but to some degree sugar as well. At this moment, a number of countries are discussing with us the possibility of greater food supplies, including the World Food Program. So that's the Ukraine part of the global situation. But that's not the only problem that we face. I think the COVID has also left us with a lot of uncertainties and a lot of challenges to be addressed. Again, I think part of it is how do you construct more reliable and resilient supply chains? How do you increase trust and transparency? How do we work together on critical and emerging technologies like 5G? And again, we discussed an Indian initiative called Performance-Linked Initiative, which would incentivize manufacturing in India. And I think it's very much in American interest to support it. We also spoke about how we could work together to help with the global health situation. How do we get a shot in every arm? How do we increase the distribution of vaccines? The other issue, again, which has added to global uncertainty is Afghanistan. And how do you stabilize the region? How do you, again, provide humanitarian assistance? We are, as you know, in the middle of providing 50,000 tons of wheat. How do you deal with the terrorism concerns that the world has in the Security Council, in FATF, etc.? And I would say, in a way, in terms of mitigating and stabilizing, the Quad itself is a great stabilizer. That too is part of the contribution we are making towards a better world, and making that contribution in large measure through a partnership with the United States.
You want to start?
Yeah, so the question was, what are we offering to India in support of its defense security, I think was the question. As you heard in our earlier statements, we're working closely with India on a range of priorities to support India's security and its role as a net security provider. It's a leader in the region, and it actually exports security to the region, and we're grateful for that. Some of the things that we talked about, as we stated in our opening statements, information sharing, deeper cooperation in space and cyberspace, liaison exchanges, continuing to work together more frequently and in exercises, but also exercises of increasing complexity. So we're working with India on a number of things, and we think these things will add tremendous value to the region in terms of security.
And on the last part of the question on energy, first let me say what we're seeing across the board is that the Russian aggression against Ukraine is having profound impacts not only on the people of Ukraine, the brutalization of the country, but it is having global impacts, including, as we were talking about, on food availability and prices, and also on energy. And we've seen significant increases in price there as well. One of the important steps that President Biden took was to proceed with a coordinated release from strategic petroleum reserves that will continue over the next, for the part of the United States, over the next 6 months to ensure that there is adequate energy on world markets, both to have an impact on availability as well as on price, to deal with the disruptions caused by the Russian aggression. I think if that aggression stops, if the conflict stops, it will have a positive impact, both on energy availability and prices, as well as on food availability and food prices. More broadly, though, India is the third largest consumer of energy in the world. It's a big place, a big market. Electricity demand is projected to double by 2030. We've dramatically increased our own energy trade with India, diversifying its energy sources. Our energy exports to India now total about $11 billion a year. Ultimately, the most effective way to satisfy this growth, the needs of the Indian people, the Indian economy, is, of course, to honor the climate goals, the ambitious climate goals that India has set, including particularly the expansion of renewables. And again, I point you to the very important commitments that Prime Minister Modi made at the COP26. We are committed, for our part, to partnering in India's clean energy transition, and this needs to be a partnership. We have a responsibility, a historic responsibility, as well as a current responsibility in trying to make sure that we're helping to make available the technology, the financing, the support to help countries make that transition, to adapt, to build resilience in dealing with climate change, and making sure that adequate supplies of energy are reaching their people. There's a long-standing strategic clean energy partnership that is co-led by our Department of Energy, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas in India. That is deepening cooperation on energy efficiency and next-generation fuels. And we have the Quad. We've got a working group on climate that's partnering on green shipping corridors and on green technology. Here at the State Department, our own Energy Bureau has done a lot of work, including collaborative studies with Indian researchers on the most economical decarbonization pathways. And finally, I just note our Development Finance Corporation just announced a $500 million loan to First Solar, which will produce solar panel modules in southern India, furthering climate goals, diversifying solar supply chains. So in all these ways and more, we are working both to deal with the impact of the Russian aggression on energy, but much more broadly with this combination of helping India meet its energy needs while advancing together. The vital climate agenda that we share.
Of Nikkei.
Thank you very much for taking my question. To Secretary Blinken, India plans to deploy S-400 missile defense system. Did you discuss this topic with your Indian counterparts today? Do you rule out the possibility of sanctioning India for its acquisition of S-400? To Secretary Austin, India is trying to diversify its procurement of military equipment and weapons by reducing reliance on Russia and purchasing more from other countries, including the United States. I'm wondering what steps the Biden administration will take to help India accelerate the diversification effort. Is it an option for the United States to provide a financial assistance to India to make U.S. systems more affordable? To Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar, Russia has more and more aligned with China diplomatically, economically, and militarily. How much are you concerned about their alignment in terms of India's national security? With that concern, do you think India has to reduce reliance on Russia economically and militarily as soon as possible? Thank you.
I'm happy to start. So let me start by saying that we continue to urge all countries to avoid major new transactions for Russian weapon systems, particularly in light of what Russia is doing to Ukraine. We've not yet made a determination regarding potential sanctions or potential waivers under the CATSA law. But to come back to something I said a few moments ago, there is, of course, a long history and a long relationship between India and Russia, including when it comes to military equipment. That relationship took hold many years ago at a time when, as I said, we were not able to be a partner to India. And again, as I said, we are now both able and willing to be such a partner, to be a security partner of choice for India. That's one of the areas that we discussed in some detail today.
On the issue of future systems, we are engaged in active discussions with India on how to best support their modernization needs. And again, as we look at the future, we want to make sure that we maintain the ability to operate together. And so we look forward to those continued discussions. And it also includes a range of options that would make our systems more affordable. So this is work that will continue going forward, and again, look forward to continuing to have them as a strong and reliable partner.
Well, this seems to be my day to get a lot of advice and suggestions from the press, so thank you for joining that. But look, we watch what's happening in the world like any country does, and we draw our conclusions and make our assessments. And believe me, we have a decent sense of what is in our interest and know how to protect it and advance it. So I think part of what has changed is we have more options than we did before. I will look at us today. We are standing here for a 2+2 with a substantial defense collaboration which has happened in the last decade, which we have been discussing how to take forward. And this wasn't an option which was there for 40 years before that. So the world is changing. The world will keep changing. What we have to do in our profession is to watch it and see how your interests are best advanced in that. And I just want to pick up on the last, not this question, but the previous question which Secretary Blinken answered on the energy side, which is, given our energy security concerns, again, I don't want this whole subject to go off on a sort of a political note. Every country looks at its best options, and I think today an expanding India-US energy relationship, which by the way didn't exist some years ago. If my memory is right, you are the second largest LNG supplier to India, I think the fourth or the fifth largest crude oil supplier, a big partner in the renewable side, including the agreement which Secretary Blinken just mentioned. So we have, there is so much more going on in the world today, and a large part of it is really to fully explore the opportunities between India and the United States.
We'll take a final question from Pranay Upadhyay, ABP News.
Hello, Ministers. My first question is directed to the defense ministers. रक्षा मंत्री जी, सबसे पहले तो आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि भारत और अमेरिका के बीच में मेजर डिफेंस पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट साइन होने के बाद आगे इसका क्या रोड मैप हो सकता है, इस पर आज आपकी क्या बात हुई और अमेरिका किस तरीके से भारत के रक्षा आधुनिकीकरण में भूमिका निभाने के लिए तैयार हुआ है? And my question to Secretary Austin, in the recent past, we have seen that the US military supply to countries like Pakistan has been used against Indian interest. So when you say that US is ready to forge greater defense cooperation with India, how have you assured India for the greater solidarity and safeguarding the Indian interest? And which are the critical and emerging technologies US is ready to offer India to strengthen the India's defense and security interests? And to Secretary Austin, India's neighborhood right now is going through a deep economic distress, especially in countries like Sri Lanka and other small countries in South Asia. How US is trying to cooperate with India to have a greater stability in the region as far as the economic stability in the post-COVID world?
पहले मैं रिप्लाई करना चाहूँगा कि जो आपने ये कहा है कि भारत और अमेरिका के बीच रिलेशंस को लेकर, तो संबंध में मुझे कहना है कि भारत और अमेरिका के बीच एक स्ट्रेटजिक रिलेशनशिप है, क्योंकि दोनों एक दूसरे के स्ट्रेटजिक पार्टनर हैं। और मैंने यह आग्रह किया है अमेरिका से कि अमेरिका आकर भारत में यहाँ पर फोकस करे विशेष रूप से को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन पर। यहाँ की जो OEMs हैं वो भारत में आएँ, उनका स्वागत है, क्योंकि भारत ने का ये निर्णय है मेक इन इंडिया और मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, भारत को यदि हम सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाना चाहते हैं तो।
So we're proud of the fact that today India has at its inventory a number of platforms that have, we believe, and I think my colleagues would affirm, that have performed very, very reliably. And so today what we talked about was how we're going to increase our sharing of information, how we're going to deepen our cooperation in space and cyberspace. And again, I think, space and cyberspace are two warfighting domains that we want to make sure we continue to develop our own capabilities, but also help our partners to develop capabilities. And I think, those are the types of things that I think will cause us to be dominant in any battle space. So, we really look forward to developing this relationship a lot more, and also continuing to work together with our counterparts here, our colleagues in high-end, complex operations. And that's how really you strengthen that trust and build on capability.
And just on the challenges facing the region, this was very much a subject of our conversations today and an ongoing conversation. Let me say a couple of things about that. First, we are trying to deal together with a number of the immediate crises that countries are facing around the world, but including in the Indo-Pacific, including some of India's closest neighbors. When it comes to COVID-19, we've been working through the Quad partnership to effectively deliver hundreds of millions of doses of vaccine. We're now deepening our work to make sure that we're getting shots into arms, that we're supporting healthcare workers, and that we are building strong supply chains, both for the immediate challenge and going forward. Similarly, we talked about this earlier. We're very focused on the impact that the Russian aggression in Ukraine is having on food prices and food availability, and that affects countries in the region as well. India is taking steps and looking at additional steps when it comes to making food stocks more widely available. We're doing the same. We're increasing financing to the World Food Program, the Food and Agricultural Organization. We're looking at what we can do to incentivize the increased production of fertilizers so that even as we get beyond this year's crops, as people are thinking about next year's, yields can be sustained and won't decrease, which would further interrupt supply and raise prices. So in all these areas, we're collaborating together. Similarly on energy, as we just discussed. More broadly, that we're talking about is an initiative that President Biden will launch in the weeks ahead, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And there, working together with countries in the region, we can have a very positive effect and very positive impact on things like building supply chain resilience in ways that actually benefit the economies of countries in the region. On infrastructure investment, which is so needed and so critical, where India and the United States can work together. On making available green technology as part of that effort. Building out global health security and the necessary infrastructure that goes with that. Working together on digital trade, which is increasingly a part of the lives of people in all of our countries and has tremendous potential, including in a number of these neighboring countries. So in all these ways and more, we are working not only individually, but increasingly we're working together to make sure that some of the benefits of the changing economy can be brought to these countries, as well as helping them to deal with many of the challenges that we're facing.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. This concludes the press availability.
Thank you.
7065, which helps support fathers and encourage their active participation in their children's lives. And we had a great legislative leaders bring this across the finish line, including Speaker Sprowls, so we want to thank them. But they also, not only are there good initiatives, this comes with funding that will help make those initiatives effective. So this bill is tied to $70 million in funding to provide a wide array of family and youth support through our Department of Children and Families, as well as our Department of Juvenile Justice, and they will be working very closely to support fatherhood throughout our state. At Department of Children and Family, this bill is going to create a statewide awareness campaign to call attention to the importance of responsible fatherhood and to equip fathers with resources to stay engaged in their children's lives. This will also provide funding, grant opportunities for nonprofit organizations such as Coach Dungy's All Pro Dads organization that use evidence-based parenting education to help fathers stay engaged and to connect with their children. The bill also will support case managers who will help fathers find employment, transition from incarceration, and to better manage their obligations. The bill also supports and creates mentorship programs at the Department of Juvenile Justice for at-risk youth. And through many of their existing programs, DJJ helps young men develop social, emotional life skills that will prepare them for future success. But this bill takes those programs to the next level by increasing mentorship opportunities for at-risk youth. For many of these youth, their mentor may be the only father figure that they have. So I look forward to seeing both Secretary Siobhan Harris as well as Secretary Hall make the most of these programs as they launch over the coming months. And so we're proud to do it. What we're going to do is I don't know how much longer I'm going to get the cooperation. So we're going to do the bill signing, and then we're going to hear from a number of our great guests today. So Mamie, you want to help? Come on. You can hand me the pens. You guys crowd around. Mamie. Come here. Come sit with me. Help me. Okay. When I'm done, I'm gonna you hand me each pen, okay, when I'm ready for them. Will you do that? Okay. Hand me the first one. Okay, what's today's date? 11. 11? Okay, guys. All right, now. Who wants one? All right, Madison, hand who wants it? Senator Bean right there. Hand it to Senator Bean. Okay. Hand another one. Who else wants one? Back here. Okay. Anyone else? Chris, Speaker. Hand it to the Speaker. Okay, hand it to the Speaker. Hand it to the Speaker. Right there. Okay, one more. Coach Dungy, give it to Coach. All right, very good. Good job, guys. All right, now let's hear from our great speakers. All right. So we're going to first hear from our Speaker of the House, who not only has worked hard in this realm, particularly working with nonprofit groups like Coach Dungy's, but also really putting his money where his mouth is, not only on this, but also promoting adoption and foster care throughout our child welfare system. Speaker of the House, Chris Sprowls.
It's so great to have your two beautiful little girls here. I thought about bringing my two boys, they're 5 and 6, but
my wife said the chance of a headlock mid press conference was pretty high, so we didn't do that. But it's really great to be with you here today. What a special day. You know, the governor's done so many bill signings. We've had the opportunity as legislators to do so much great work over the past 2 years. I can tell you, for me personally, none of them have been quite like this. Not that they haven't been big deals, not that they're not going to make Florida a different place 25 or 30 years from now, but there is nothing more important than the future of our children. And we can help them when they're adults get a job, and we can help them when they're in the university get the right kind of education, or when they're in K-12 to make sure the curriculum is the right one. But the reality is, if you started life behind, it's hard. It's hard. You know, the governor and I and so many people here were so blessed to have, you know, 2 parents who believed in us, who believed that we could accomplish anything. But there's so many children who will go to bed tonight with an absent father, wondering where their father is, or why they weren't at their baseball game, or why they weren't engaged in their life. And as the governor said, if you look at every social study there is on this topic, whether it is suicide rates, or depression, or dropping out of school, everything that you can think of, mass incarceration, one of the greatest common factors that unites those people is an absent father in their life, and an absent father in their home. In 2019, when I was designated as the next Speaker of the House, I talked about this issue in my designation speech and said that we were going to tackle it. At the time, I didn't know how that was going to happen. I didn't know how that was going to happen, but I knew that we had people, those standing behind us, Governor DeSantis, folks like Representative Thad Altman, Senator Bean, who put their minds to work to figure out what would be the best way and the greatest way for Florida to be the leader in the nation in tackling the fatherlessness crisis that plagues our communities, and they found a way. And the best way that we can do that is by lifting up organizations inside of our community who are doing this great work. You know, just a few of them that are here today, you know, All Pro Dad with Coach Dungy, Mark Merrill. They have community groups inside your K-12 high schools. They host breakfasts and derby car races and anything that they can to engage fathers in the lives of their children. But the most important thing they do is they have this moment where they have the dad put their, or the male role model, put their, you know, arm on the shoulder of a child and say, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you're working hard in math. I'm proud of that you tried hard at baseball. There's something that you did this week that I think is meaningful, and I'm going to speak into you. There's organizations like Man Up and Go. Jason Clement, who's one of the founders, is here today, who are lifting up dads and male role models in communities. Not everybody's going to have the opportunity to have their dad engaged in their life, but they might have an opportunity to have a stepdad or a foster parent or adopted father or a male role model in their community, or a local business owner who can lift them up. And that's the work that folks like Man Up and Go are doing. Jack Brewer's here with his foundation, and Jack has been probably one of the leaders in the nation, along with Coach Dungy, of using their talent and their fame to lift up fathers and to lift up this crisis throughout the country. This bill will pour $75 million a year into organizations like the ones behind us, who are doing the great work of connecting fathers, to equipping them with the tools to help raise their children. Senator Bean, Representative Altman, and the members of the legislature who worked on this bill, this is the kind of thing that is going to change the lives of children throughout the state of Florida for generations to come. Governor, thank you for being a leader on this issue. Thank you for your passion for this issue. And thank you all for being here today.
Well, thanks, Speaker. And I would note, too, so they did this, they did some other stuff, did a big tax package, which we'll talk a little bit about more in the ensuing weeks. But one of the things they did in the tax package, and this was not my idea, but I think it's a good idea, is starting July 1st, no tax on diapers. And so you saw, I got 2 out of diapers, but I've got 1 in diapers. And, you know, when inflation hits, you can't just stop doing diapers. It's kind of something you just have to do. And so so that's going to actually help a lot of families who have really young kids help to deal with really inflation that we've not seen in the past 4 decades. I want to, in a minute, bring up Coach Dungy. You know, when I became governor, first time we did the budget, there was some money in there, not like an earth-shattering amount, but there was money in there for some of the things that All Pro Dads is doing. And, you know, a lot of times when I look at some of these private organizations, you know, how much we should be funding or not, it's a question about whether that's appropriate, then what are they going to do with the money, all this other stuff. So there is definitely a high bar. It's not like we've never done it, but a lot of times we say, hey, that may be a good cause, but probably not appropriate to just have the state, you know, giving money in that regard. But on this one, I'm looking and I'm saying this is exactly what we need to be doing. And although we have different types of state agencies, at the end of the day, an organization like this is going to be much better suited to be able to actually get into these communities and make a big difference. And so, I think he called me. He's like, "Hey, I'd love you to do it," and I'm like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. We're good. It's important." And I really appreciate the job that he's done in doing this. I mean, obviously he could be doing a lot of other things, and but he's got a passion for this. And I think that when you're somebody who's doing the Lord's work, we need to be supporting that. And so I'm proud to be able to introduce today Coach Tony Dungy.
Thank you, Speaker Sprowls. Thank you for this bill. First of all, this is going to be tremendous and be such a big help to fathers in Florida, agencies that support fathers in Florida. But I want to thank you for your example, bringing his girls out here today. It just reminds me, because this is kind of my field, and I used to bring my kids out here to work. And it was something that was important, so they could see where Dad is, be where Dad is. And my good friend Clyde Christensen is over there, and he can remember a story. Our first game in Jacksonville in 2002, my son Eric was 10 years old, and he came with me. They had a rule that you had to be 18 to be on the field. And so the security man came and said, "You're going to have to take that young man off the field." And I said, "Boy, that'd be a shame that we don't have a game today, because if he goes, the rest of the team is going." And the security guy looked at Clyde and said, "He's not serious, is he?" And Clyde said, "Yeah, I'm afraid he's pretty serious. So if you want to have a game, you better let his son stay out here." That's an example. That's how important fatherhood is to me. I think the governor just demonstrating that today is awesome. I knew it was important. I had a dad who was around me all the time and supported me, and I thought everyone was like that. I got to my job in the National Football League, started interviewing our players, and I began to understand not everyone had that same blessing that I had. It really got driven home to me my first year here in Tampa when I got the job. Legendary man here by the name of Abe Brown. Many of you here know the name Abe Brown. He had a prison ministry. He wanted me to go with him. And I went on the first trip expecting to see grizzled, hard, tough, older guys. And what I met were 19 and 20 and 21-year-old kids that looked like my boys. And I remember driving home from that trip and asking Reverend Brown, how do those young boys get here? And he told me, it's not socioeconomic, it's not racial, it's not education, it's none of that. 95% of these boys did not grow up with their dad. And that hit me. That hit me very hard. And shortly after that, we were able to start All Pro Dad and really try to do what we could do to help. But I'll tell you what happened today in this bill. Got one man there that But it is just so important, and I just want to thank all of these men and women behind me, everybody who's been behind this, because it's going to allow groups like ours, people like you to do great things for our fathers here in Florida. So thank you very much.
Okay, Jack Brewer, former NFL player, Jack Brewer Foundation.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Governor, Speaker Sproul, my brother, Tony Dungy, a man who I think all of us who had the opportunity to play in the NFL, he's like a father to us, whether we get to see him or not. I have to tell you, I'm pretty emotional right now, looking at my boys, come over here, boys. Some of these boys don't live with their fathers in their house. I was just at a juvenile facility in the Everglades about 2 weeks ago. I walk in that facility and see these boys with no shoes that can fit their feet. I look them all in their eye and I ask, them how many of you, there's 80 of them in there, how many of you were raised with your father? And only 5 raised their hand. I was in a prison in Moorhaven yesterday, ministering to about 1,000 men in the penitentiary. And I asked them how many of them had their father in their lives, and I think we're almost at 90% fatherless. This is the crisis of America today. This is the civil rights movement of our time. And Governor DeSantis, you just done something that the entire country needs to follow. You know, I drove all the way here. We left at 5 in the morning. I was at a prison until 7:30 yesterday. I drove 4 hours here. I got my suit in the bag because I didn't make it in time to put it on. But when I got up here, I said, you know what? I'm a dad. I'm a coach. I'm a father to these boys. I look like a father right now, right? I don't want no tie on right now. Do I have a tie when I'm coaching them? All it takes is what? All you got. All it takes is what? All you got. All it takes is what? All you got. What's 1 Timothy 4:12?
Don't let anyone look down on you because you are young. Set an example for the believers in speech, in conduct, love, faith, and in purity.
We can do this. With bills like this and leaders like the man behind me, we can change this nation.
Many talk about unity, but they're not willing to have the courage to go the extra mile, to be the voice of the voiceless. You know, the last verse in the Old Testament says that he will turn the hearts of the father to the children and the hearts of the children to the father. He left that message to us all because this is the answer. 71% of our kids that drop out of high school are fatherless. Over 90% of our kids that are homeless, teenagers, are fatherless. When we talk about mental health, our mental health issues are coming because we have fatherless children who are getting indoctrinated in our public schools. We talk about CRT and all these other things. Those are not our issues. Our issues are we are indoctrinating kids that don't have a sound household. And so this bill is changing all that, but this is a spiritual battle, and they cannot be fought with flesh and blood. You need a father, you need the order of God, and that is what this bill does. And that's why I'm so proud to be a Floridian. I'm so proud to be able to speak on these type of platforms, and I will continue to each and every day serve these kids, just like this is my son right here, but all of them are my son. I feed them the same way I feed my son. We pick them up to school and drop them off the same way. And this bill is just not about someone giving you some money. It's about calling all you dads out there and you moms to hold your husbands, your boyfriends, your sons, your fathers, hold them accountable because they need to be reaching out to some other kids. We got 18.6 million fatherless kids in this country. In the state of Florida, we got over 600,000-700,000 fatherless kids. We can't fix this problem with just this bill. We need to work with our hands like Jesus told us to do. Serving the sick, touching the brokenhearted, and visiting those in prison. We must all be held accountable, and it starts today behind the leadership of this governor that I love. In Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, for all you're doing. You can see it makes a difference. Okay, Glenn Gilzine from our Central Florida Urban League. Wow, if you're not motivated, if you're not excited after that, I don't know. Well, good morning. My name is Glenn Gilzine. The ultimate goal of our organization, the Central Florida Urban League, is to end generational poverty. And as I stand before you today, I'm proud to say that House Bill 7065 represents that monumental step to realizing this goal. Together as a community, we're building a foundation via education to provide the resources and opportunity our young adults and fathers take the steps they need to uplift themselves out of this never-ending cycle. With this bill, the state will be providing nearly $70 million towards funding programs which will help two interconnected parts of our society. It will help our fathers become more self-sufficient, active, involved in their families' lives, while increasing support for youth in the justice system at the same time. So when both a father and a mother is present in the home, families are stronger. Some fathers receive support from this bill will come from job skills training. My organization is work obvious is evident that higher skilled, higher paid jobs result in an improved financial situation, which alleviates a major burden on the family. Other fathers and other will benefit from mentorship programs, as Jack just mentioned, and the mentors will provide self-esteem, giving fathers the confidence they need to develop into loving parents. Also, this bill is critical in supporting children aging out of the justice system, and for these youth, it provides increased amount of education support available to ensure that they receive every opportunity to succeed. I truly believe that education is the solution to many who are issues. I truly believe that education is the solution to many issues we face as a society. Education comes in many forms, but by empowering our fathers, our youth with the knowledge they need to better themselves and our community as a whole. I would like to close by thanking Governor DeSantis, House Speaker Sprouse, Senate President Simpson for their leadership on this bill. The hard work and dedication to our underserved communities will have a positive impact for generations to come. Thank you. Secretary Eric Hall. Good morning. So let me start. I want to thank the governor and I want to thank the First Lady for your dedicated commitment to Florida's children and families. I think this legislation helps to reinforce that commitment and really the leadership that you've been showing to support, again, transforming opportunities. I want to thank the Speaker and the legislature for bringing forward this legislation so that it really challenges us to see how we double down on supporting our young people. You know, with this legislation where we can provide supports for fathers, building their capacity today to help transform opportunities for their families, while also building the influential opportunity to transform future fathers and families, this is going to go a long way. So I look forward to being a partner with our colleagues at the Department of Children and Families and serving with Secretary Harris and her team so that we can implement this, not just well, but implement it with urgency to help transform those opportunities in ways that this state is just, again, ready for, and it's going to create unbelievable opportunities. You know, listening to the stories earlier, I'm fired up because it challenges us to go back and do this work well. I will say this, at the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice, we serve on any given day about 28,000 youth. The great majority of those youth are in our local communities and doing unbelievable things. At the same time, we have some youth that have had some missed opportunities, and they're in our residential programs. And what we know about some of those trends is that roughly 80% of the youth who are in our residential programs are coming from families who have household incomes less than $35,000. This legislation is going to help empower fathers and build supports around them to strengthen their work and their opportunities for a credential and a career that helps move them into middle to high wage career opportunities, transforming some of those cycles. The kids in our residential programs, we also know that over half are coming from single parent homes. And many of those same families have about 43% of those families. The kids are coming from homes where there has been family history of incarceration. We've heard that over and over this morning from our speakers and our colleagues and our supporters of this work. We can disrupt those cycles and change the trajectory of, again, of fathers today and families today, and preparing the families and fathers of tomorrow to do unbelievable things. And so, again, humbled and honored to be a part of this work. And I can tell you, you know, as a father, and I have my kids here with me, it is the greatest gift in the world to see your children grow, excel, and achieve. And we want that for all fathers. We want that for all families because, again, it changes the trajectory of lives. It changes the trajectory to have upward mobility and self-sufficiency. And to me, I go back, and so you heard me say this before, the best public safety strategy that we can have in our state is building the capacity of our young people with a high-quality education, opportunities into post-secondary education in our world-class, state colleges and university system. And we do that collectively by supporting our fathers. We're going to continue to lead the nation in so many ways because of work like this. So again, I'm humbled and proud to serve. Governor, thank you. Legislators, thank you for your leadership in this, and also our community partners that bleed this work day in and day out, supporting our young people. So thank you. Well, this is important, and I think this is shows strong support from the state of Florida. Obviously, just this bill's not going to solve everything, but I think it can help, and I think empowering communities, empowering groups like you see with Tony Dungy or Jack Brewer, I think is going to make a real difference. There's a lot of issues that we deal with, but if you could snap your finger and just say you want one thing to happen, which the government couldn't do, but if we just snapped our finger and every single child in Florida had both parents present, that would be revolutionary, and a lot of the problems we see as kids start to get older, you would see a dramatic decline. And so this has huge ramifications for someone's ability to be able to realize their God-given potential. And so we've shown our commitment. I think the state of Florida, to any dad out there who may not be engaged, we want to be able to support. We've got programs, we've got community groups and nonprofits that want to be there to help. And so we're putting our money where our mouth is. showing the importance of this, but you've got to be willing to do the right thing and be present in your child's life. You're not a man by leaving your kids hung out to dry. You need to be there. It takes a lot of responsibility. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time and effort, but that is what we are called upon to do, and we want to make sure that every single kid in Florida has their father present. And if we can do that, I think it's going to be huge for the vitality of our communities now and into the future. So thanks everyone for being a part of this. Thanks to the legislature. Thanks to our nonprofit groups. It's an honor for me to be able to sign this. And this is the type of stuff that doesn't always get the headlines on a daily basis. But this is the type of stuff that is so meaningful in the lives of so many people that the ramifications are really significant. So God bless everybody. And I'd be happy to. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning,
Off topic, I assume, right? Okay.
Senator Brandes just told me that he will get the 32 signatures that he needs in order to go to the next step. Do you support his efforts? And if yes, why not just call the special session?
Well, I do. I think Jimmy Boyd is here. Jimmy, do you want to say anything about it? I think, I told him, let's get the product together, and once we have something that will go, we got to go. So I absolutely support what Senator Brandes is doing. I think it's just a matter of, as you remember, it kind of fell apart at the end of the session. So we just want to make sure that we have a product that will pass muster and that we can get through. So I think what he's doing is the right thing, and we have We've got to be honest with people. We're in a big period of inflation, so all this stuff is going to go up. But on the property insurance in particular, clearly, we have dysfunctions in that market that could be fixed. You've already seen different insurers go out. We need to have a vibrant market where people are able to get policies at an affordable rate. So I thank him for what he's doing. I think we will get there. Jimmy, do you want to talk about any progress you're having?
Thank you, Governor. I would concur, and basically what the governor said is the case. We need to have a program that all of us can agree on, that most importantly saves Floridians money. It's out of control. We've got to get our arms around it and have to solve it for our constituents. And the governor's shown great leadership on this. We'll get there, I'm sure.
Stay tuned for us.
Governor DeSantis,
yes, ma'am.
Wanted to ask you about, outside of the work that you've done in Tallahassee, outside of you being a father yourself, kind of talk about the community work that you've done, kind of whether volunteering or anything like that to help in the push for fatherhood.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I was a lieutenant in the Navy, I was stationed at Naval Station Mayport, and I was involved in the Big Brother program. And so I had a youth from Jacksonville, and his father was incarcerated, and so obviously there were things that happened that led to that. But even if the father wanted to be present, he was serving a sentence, and so we were able to do that. And I remember, like, when I first started doing it, I was relatively new to the area, and I remember when I met my wife, she was a TV person, and so I remember bringing him to the studio. It was like this huge thing to see people on TV, and he had seen Casey on TV before, and so he was kind of starstruck with that. But what ended up happening is he ended up joining the Navy and was doing very well, and so those are the types of things where you can make an impact. If not every kid has the option, obviously terrible things happen. Some fathers make bad decisions and ending up having to serve time. There's things that just happen in life, as we see. Life can be very fragile. You never know what's going to happen. So there's other reasons why a father might not be present. So if that isn't possible, those types of programs, can make a real difference. And so it was something that I was able to do, as a younger guy, and it's meaningful, and it's something that I would just encourage people. If you can be somebody who can be a mentor, or somebody that can be of assistance to somebody that doesn't have that father in the home, doing that is going to have huge benefits down the line. And I think a lot of people always want to know, like, how can I help? What can I do to help my community? You have such a great spirit throughout Florida of people. Sometimes they just don't know what would be the most effective. And there's a lot of great things to do, don't get me wrong, but that, being a mentor, being there for kids who need it,
it makes a big difference. Yes, sir.
Just wondering if there's any, Governor, if there's any specific ways that we can support Coach Brewer's ministry and program.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be eligible now to get grants from this program. And so, and that's the thing. I mean, I think it's a really smart thing what they did. On the one hand, there would be some times where the legislature will actually just want to earmark money directly to a private group. The problem is like, okay, you're going to pay salaries for some group. It's like, well, shouldn't you be doing that? So sometimes we have to veto those. And actually, probably most of the times we do that just because it's getting us a little bit off kilter about what's government and what's private. But in a situation like this, we have the program, they can apply for grants, and they are already in this game, and they're going to be able to, I think, administer those funds more efficiently than if we ran it all through DCF or DJJ. And so I think it was a smart thing what they did to harness the good work that's already been done, and I think this will be effectively a force multiplier for a lot of these groups. And so whatever they've been able to do, which has been great, they're now going to be able to do more going forward. Yes, sir.
Governor, I'd like to just thank you for your support of the school choice program.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing, the funding of these small private schools, our ability to take children who are Title I students, to bring them into our school. There's not a lot of red tape in order to become like a leader within that school. I'm able to model black leadership to young students. These students, again, they'd be in the free lunch program. They'd be in schools. Some of the public schools that are in the low-income areas are challenged. But them being under our auspices, we're able to have a direct impact. So as a father, I'm able to have a direct impact over a bunch of kids because of your policies. That family empowerment scholarship, unbelievable.
Yep.
And I'm hoping that statewide leaders would take the initiative to go ahead and start some of these micro schools, these smaller private schools, and have an impact on these young lives, because it's happening at our school because of you, Governor. I appreciate you.
Oh, we're happy to do it. I think it's, we've really been committed to the idea that, we want to empower parents with the ability to direct the education of their kids to the fullest extent possible. And you look at people, you go down certain neighborhoods here, very, very nice. They're going to be able to do it. Obviously those parents have choice. But if you talk about some of our low-income parents, you talk about, quite frankly, the absence of fathers. A lot of times you'll have single moms who are having to work and then also have to raise kids, and it's a tough juggling act. And they may not have the financial wherewithal to go to the school of their choice. And so this scholarship basically lifts them up and gives them the same choice that people who are maybe higher income would have. And I think that's been a great thing. I think it's encouraged entrepreneurship within the educational realm. I mean, you're talking about not just private schools. We've seen a lot of charter schools and that movement about doing things that are unique that a big school district just may not have the flexibility to do. And so parents can choose that, or they cannot choose it. But I also think that the fact that Florida's a choice state has lifted up the school district's performance too. We were just ranked in the latest Education Week rankings #3 for K-12 achievement. I can tell you, I went to school right across the bay in Pinellas County, and Florida was not considered in the top at that time at all. And we've done a lot. And, I've been somebody that is really been supportive of school choice and empowering parents. But I also understand, because I went through, most people are going to go to their local school that's in the school district. So we've done things like have the largest teacher pay increases that we've seen in a generation in the state of Florida. We did $1,000 bonus for every principal and teacher in 2021. We had $800 million in teacher salary increases. And categorically in the budget this year, we've been able to expand apprenticeships, do things for workforce training. I mean, you look at some of these kids that get these skills. Walmart just is doing $110,000 for the starting truck drivers now. So we've been doing things like that to provide opportunities across the board. We're proud of what we've done with the speaker's leadership on early literacy.
You know, the fact of the matter is, if kids are reading at grade level by grade 3, the chance of them succeeding academically is very, very high. If they're deficient by grade 3, the chance of them dropping out, not performing up to standards, those chances increase dramatically. You know, it's interesting. We have all these debates like you've seen recently about like, oh, you know, you got to be teaching kindergartners and first graders transgender, all this stuff. And I'm just like, you know what? We should be focusing on reading. We should be focusing on writing. We should be focusing on science and math and the key things that are going to be able to lift these kids up and let them realize their God-given potential. So we're proud of what we've done on early literacy. We want to make sure that the schools are equipped to be able to do. I know those books went out, right, with everything, so kids who can't afford are getting books sent to them. So we've done a lot on education, and a lot of it's on. And oh, by the way, our state university system's ranked #1 in the nation 5 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. And part of why I'm proud of that is because we don't let them raise tuition. So you actually can afford to go to the University of South Florida or University of Florida or all these other schools without going $100,000 in debt. And I think that's very important because you have so many kids that were basically told just get a piece of paper, go as deep into debt as possible, and the seas are going to part for you. Well, that hasn't happened over the last generation, and that's been a millstone, I think, around the necks of a lot of our young people. So, yes, higher education in addition to the trades and all that, but it's got to be affordable. It's got to be something that you don't have to, the family doesn't have to go into the poorhouse just to get somebody through 4 years of a university. And so we've been able to do that. We're doing more. There's a lot of good stuff in this year's budget that we'll be talking about. We also had some higher ed reforms, which I think will make the system even better. And I haven't gotten that bill yet, but there's a lot of positive things that I've seen in that. So we're doing really the whole 9 yards. But yes, if we can go in and help particularly low income, and it's not even, I mean, it's usually a single mother, usually has multiple kids. You know, let's let her make the best decision that she can, and not just say this is all you get. And I think when you empower people, you end up getting kids in the best school for them, and I think the results are better. And also, you know, when you guys are able to be more innovative, you know, some of the stuff is kind of the X's and O's of what academics is all about. For sure, it's important. But you have the ability to talk about God and character and things that really serve as the foundation of these young people. And there's parents that want that foundation for their kids. But if you don't make enough money, what? You just don't have options? No, in Florida, we're saying you have the options to do that. And so I think that overall mission is lifting people up. And I think we've really been the model across the country for what it means to meaningfully stand by parents, meaningfully empower parents, and then in the process, create an educational system that's performing, you know, much better than it would have without those meaningful supports and choice. Okay, everybody, thank you. God bless.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Varisco. I'm the special agent in charge of ATF's Philadelphia Field Division. I would like to thank all of you for being here today. We called this press conference to highlight two of our recently indicted firearms trafficking investigations and to recognize the excellent work of the members of our team here today, as well as our firearms trafficking task force in the region. Keeping our communities safe from violent crime is at the forefront of ATF's mission. One of the ways we do this is by working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to stem the flow of illegal firearms into the city in order to combat gun crime. Firearms trafficking is the movement of firearms from the legal to the illegal marketplace. It is one of the most pressing problems today. ATF works to address and prevent the diversion of firearms through great partnerships. The trafficking of firearms to violent criminals, gangs, drug trafficking organizations, and prohibited persons presents a grave threat to public safety. Many of you have asked me, where do these guns come from? Although many of the firearms recovered in Philadelphia are originally purchased in the state of Pennsylvania, there are many firearms recovered here which have been purchased in other states and trafficked into the city. And as you will learn today, the two investigations being highlighted have roots in South Carolina and in Georgia. Far too many of these recovered firearms are initially acquired through straw purchasing. Straw purchasing occurs when an individual purchases a firearm and claims it for their personal use when it is actually intended for someone else who is prohibited from buying or possessing a firearm. Straw purchasers are conduits for many firearms trafficking operations. Straw purchasers often acquire a relatively small number of firearms in each transaction, making it more difficult for law enforcement to discover the crime. Straw purchasing also makes it possible for firearms traffickers to effectively circumvent the background check and record-keeping requirements of federal law, thus distancing themselves from the documented part of firearms purchases. Straw purchasing is a federal crime, a felony. Straw purchasers are not just making a false statement on forms, they are enabling prohibited persons who are not legally allowed to possess firearms to victimize our community. How do we address this issue? As stated earlier, ATF's core mission is to combat violent gun crime. ATF and our partners with the Philadelphia Police Department, local district attorneys' offices, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania Attorney General's Office, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the United States Attorney's Office have been collaborating in furtherance of this mission. Dozens of our skilled investigators are working side by side with prosecutors to ensure firearms trafficking offenses are investigated and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. By focusing on firearms trafficking, ATF keeps guns out of the hands of criminals by reducing violent crime. Firearms trafficking is not just a victimless crime. It is illegal and puts firearms in the hands of prohibited persons and violent criminals. These firearms are often linked by ATF's National Integrated Ballistic Information Network and thus tying shooting events together. Straw purchasers will continue to be investigated and prosecuted, and straw purchasers will be held accountable for their conduct and made ineligible to purchase or possess firearms in the future. ATF will remain committed to placing our focus on stemming the flow of firearms into the hands of criminals. Although these indictments are significant, there's still plenty of work to be done, and we stand united in our effort to keep our communities safe from violent crime. Thank you, and I would now like to turn over the press conference to our U.S. Attorney, Jennifer Williams.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I am Jennifer Arbatier Williams, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Just over 1 year ago, on April 8th, 2021, I was joined by more than a dozen heads of federal agencies based in the Philadelphia region, including ATF, Homeland Security Investigations, the U.S. Marshals, and many others, to announce our All Hands on Deck initiative. Together, we pledged to be all hands on deck to stop the violence and to support the Philadelphia Police Department in its work. Even though the violent crime numbers are still far too high, we are seeing measured, steady results. In addition, we have stayed nimble in an effort to address the violent crimes most plaguing the city. For example, the number of carjackings happening in the city escalated, so under the auspices of All Hands on Deck, we formed a joint carjacking task force with ATF, FBI, and the Philadelphia Police Department, and I was proud to announce last week that, through the swift and diligent work of the task force, in investigations led by ATF, our office secured federal indictments against 8 alleged carjackers, charging them with 11 carjackings. Which brings me to our announcement today. In the same spirit of being all hands on deck to stop violent crime in Philadelphia, we have also focused our investigative efforts on factors that contribute to shooting, including the illegal trafficking of firearms. Today, we are announcing 2 federal indictments charging a total of 14 people with gun trafficking and conspiracy charges. Both cases involve individuals illegally trafficking firearms from states in the South up into northeastern cities, in this case Philadelphia, which are then recovered at crime scenes, a phenomenon known as the iron pipeline. In addition, in both cases, when investigators researched the purchase history of the firearms, they noticed the brief time frame between the purchase from a dealer in a southern state and the subsequent recovery in Philadelphia, which is known as a short time-to-crime period. A short time-to-crime period is a likely indicator that the weapon was illegally trafficked. And taken together, these trafficking conspiracies are alleged to be responsible for illegally putting approximately 400 firearms on the streets of Philadelphia. Almost 400 firearms illegally trafficked to Philadelphia, made available on the black market to people who aren't lawfully allowed to purchase guns, each with the potential to destroy many lives. The first case is United States versus Norman et al. In this case, investigators identified multiple firearms recovered in Philadelphia that had originated with purchases in Georgia. Investigators dug in, and as alleged in the indictment, it was ultimately determined that these conspirators purchased nearly 300 firearms from dealers around Atlanta over the course of 6 months and transported them to Philadelphia for sale on the black market for over $100,000 in total. 11 defendants have been charged in this case with conspiracy to deal firearms without a license and related charges. They are Frederick Norman, Breonna Walker, Charles O'Bannon, Stephen Norman, Devin Church, Kenneth Burgos, Edwin Burgos, Roger Millington, Ernest Payton, Roselmi Rodriguez, and Brianna Reed. The second case is United States versus Ware et al. In this case, investigators identified multiple firearms which were recovered in Philadelphia that had originated with purchases in South Carolina. This investigation uncovered a conspiracy that allegedly purchased over 100 firearms from dealers around Myrtle Beach and transported them to Philadelphia for distribution. 3 people have been charged in this case with conspiracy to deal firearms without a license and related charges, and they are Mohammed Ware, Hanif Vaughn, and Jabril Vaughn. Now, earlier this year, the Justice Department announced strategies to target firearms used to commit violence, including cracking down on firearms trafficking and the iron pipeline. As revealed today, we are aggressively engaged in this work. Our goal is to halt the flow of illegal weapons contributing to violent crimes in our city and to support local law enforcement throughout. Now, at this time, I want to acknowledge and thank the prosecutors working on these cases. Assistant U.S. Attorney Priya D'Souza and Special Assistant U.S. Attorney Martin Howley, who is cross-designated from the PA Attorney General's office to the U.S. Attorney's office. And I also must acknowledge and thank all of the investigators and agencies who worked on these cases and provided support. I will close my remarks by reminding the public of the pledge I made 1 year ago when I announced the All Hands on Deck initiative. I promised that federal law enforcement would do all we could to help the Philadelphia police investigate the most violent offenders in our city. And we are. I promised that we would pursue justice at every turn by prosecuting the most violent offenders in federal court. And we are. At the time, I spoke directly to anyone who might be thinking about picking up a gun to commit a crime, and I promised them that we would be coming after them. And we are. We are doing what we set out to do. And yes, there is more work to do, but we continue to work day and night to fulfill that pledge we made 1 year ago. So now I speak directly to anyone who is engaged in illegal firearms trafficking, a known driver of violent crime. Consider yourselves warned. The 14 people indicted here are just the beginning. If you participate in illegal firearms trafficking to Philadelphia, we will find you. We will pursue a federal investigation and prosecution, and you will go to prison for a very long time. Thank you.
Well, we'd like to open it up for any questions.
The Georgia guns, that large number of guns coming out of Georgia, were those store purchase guns, or were they making legal buys at the gun dealer and moving them here?
There was both straw purchasing and legal purchasing going on.
And you first saw these guns at crime scenes and walked it back? How did you determine this was happening?
That is one technique that the investigators utilized, that comprehensive tracing, and I can't credit the Philadelphia Police Department enough. The Philadelphia Police Department does a phenomenal job comprehensively tracing all of the firearms that are recovered here in the city. That is one piece of crime gun intelligence that we utilize to uncover these type of schemes. And so, yes.
You know these guns were used
I was
in the city of Philadelphia.
I was getting there, sir. So, yes, firearms that were purchased in this case were utilized in crimes in the city of Philadelphia.
Can you specify that, sir? Can you give us an understanding of shootings, homicides, what level of crime?
All levels of crime.
So some of these weapons were used in homicides?
Not all the weapons here, but yes, the weapons purchased in these cases were utilized in non-fatal shootings and tied and linked through our NIBIN system to other criminal events that occurred here in the city.
And can you detail the variety that we see here? I mean, what are we looking at for the benefit of the public?
You're looking at